time to sit.
Sorry.
You're good.
Recording in progress.
Good evening. Tonight is City Council meeting on September 3rd, 2024. Can we get a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson,
Here.
Councilmember Fahey,
Here.
Mayor Lay,
Aye.
Councilmember Bierman,
Here.
Councilmember Hoffner,
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Here.
Councilmember Kern.
Here.
Great. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States
of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I'm going to check into that. Sorry, just having a question here about the placement of the flag. All right, we are at the point, no, we're not. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are at a point where we are doing public comments on items not on the agenda. You can speak to up to 3 minutes or 6 if you have the consent of another person, and you can pool that time. You don't have to speak the full 3 minutes or 6 minutes if you're pooling time, and all we ask is that you fill out a card right outside of the council chambers and hand it to the clerk. She'll call your name, come up, and please tell us your name and what community you live in. And let's get going. Do we have any public comment? Nope. Okay. Any online? Nope. All right. Well, do we have Mr. Cooperman?
Thanks. Josh Cooperman. I live in Louisville. I think it was last week or so, there was another letter to City Council, maybe forwarded to City Council from Mike Dvorsky of Old Style Sausage, talking about his plans for his business and in particular the site where his business is over on Highway 42. I don't know, the whole history about his plans, but I went over there one day to ask him about helping with getting a heat pump, and he told me some about his vision, and I think it sounds really great. So I don't know why he hasn't been able to realize it exactly, but I'm hopeful that in the near future that he's able to do it, right? He wants to, I think, build a new building essentially there to expand his business, be able to sell on site. And he wants that building to be to celebrate Louisville's heritage and history. And he even wants to put affordable housing upstairs in the building. It just sounds great for, that particular area of the city. And so I think it'd be great if we could see that through for him. I know it's not quite that simple, but it would be really nice. So I just thought I'd say that, let you guys know what I think, and maybe alert you to that if you haven't already been alerted. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Josh.
I may have made a mistake on my agenda item. I gave her a card.
Oh, just
I wanted to speak in the public comment.
just a moment. Just a moment. Do we have another card up there?
So, did you want to speak on the budget piece or on?
No, I just wanted to speak now.
Okay.
On an item not on the
On
agenda?
an item not on the agenda.
Okay. Please come up.
Sorry for the confusion.
No, that's okay.
My name's Scott McElroy, and I live in Louisville in the North End, and I'm a member of the Museum Advisory Board. And I was here today to remind everyone that September is Louisville History Month, and there are a number of items or events planned by the museum to take account of that particular fact. You know, as you all probably know, the museum opened its offices in 1986, and it really has a dual mission, both to look at and document past history of Louisville, which is more complex than people may think, and as well as keep track of what's happening today in Louisville. And really, the museum does quite a remarkable job, I think, as kind of a relative newcomer to Louisville in making that history known. And in particular, I think I want to note that the museum's mission is that they want all of residents of Louisville to share in the history. And I think they're working very hard now to make sure that the all part of that is understood and followed. And so having said that, there are a number of events planned for September that hopefully a lot of folks will be able to participate in or see. Starts with, there's an exhibit within the library of Louisville, both above and below ground, which is quite interesting. Secondly, there's First Friday. There will be kind of a dual presentation at the museum this coming Friday, both on a sculpture that survived the Marshall Fire, as well as indications about the role that children played in historical Louisville. Then there are 3 walking tours. The first is one related to the library on September 7th. The second is a tour of the Little Italy neighborhood on September 14th. And on September 28th, the historic trees of Louisville. Then there is a museum talk at the Arts Center on Wednesday, September 11th, with about colorful ladies and ladies is the term they used, related to Colorado and in some ways Louisville. The one that got my attention is called Cussing Kate, so we'll see what that's about. And finally, there is the big event, which is the vintage baseball game on September 21st at Miners Field. So we hope that there'll be a lot of folks that can participate in that and enjoy it. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you for those who've provided public comment, and we'll move on to the consent agenda. We have a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great. Do council members have any pertinent items that are not on the agenda? Okay. I have just one, which is to say, I think we had a great parade over the weekend on Labor Day and festivities around it, but I really want to thank all the participants, all the people who showed up to be a part of that, council members and residents, and undoubtedly plenty of people who weren't from Louisville at all who enjoyed that together. But Iris Belinsky kind of was the point person on that for the council, and I want to call her out as being just doing a marvelous job. That's the first time she's ever done a parade, much less one as culturally significant as that one is to our city. So thanks for that. Any other comments, items on the agenda? Okay. City manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to highlight a couple of things from the American Waterworks Association. Our own Jeff Owens was the Rocky Mountain American Waterworks Association Operator of the Year. Our own Trevor Depew and Matt Formondi presented on the for safety operators and also won the Wendell R. Ledoux Safety Award of Excellence from the American Waterworks Association. Additionally, I'd like to highlight that our water tasted second in the taste test competition, or placed second in the taste test competition. So thank you to our water team and their tremendous work. That
Thank
is
you.
all.
And just a comment on that, the American Waterworks Association is a really big deal in the country, and it's incredible. Not surprising that our folks would be acknowledged as being as terrific as they are, but in all the areas. But thanks for bringing that to attention, because it's a good win. Right. Anything else from City Manager? All right, so move on to item A or 8A on our agenda, which is ordinance number 1882, series 2024, an ordinance amending Louisville Municipal Code chapters 2.20 and 4.02 concerning the quasi-judicial roles of the Open Space Advisory Board and the Parks and Public Landscaping Advisory Board, first reading, and set public hearing for September 17th. Can we get a motion to set the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next is another first reading, ordinance number 1883, series 2024, an ordinance amending the municipal code to require restaurants to offer healthy beverages in children's meals. First reading and set public hearing for September 17th, 2024. Can I have a motion to set the public hearing?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The next is discussion and direction as to compliance with Colorado Senate Bill HB 23-2090 regarding natural medicine regulation and legalization. We have a staff presentation.
What, am I sharing, Jenny? There we go. Thank you. All right, good evening, Mayor and Councilors. Matt Post, Senior Planner on the Community Development team. Tonight we'll be discussing Colorado State Senate Bill SB 23290 concerning the legalization and regulation of natural medicine. Some discussion goals this evening. So first and foremost, we'll share the requirements of SB 23290, and then in a direction section, we'll indicate jurisdictional obligations, come to an agreement on proposed zoning districts for natural medicine business uses, address natural medicine healing centers in downtown Louisville, and then consider any additional regulations for natural medicine businesses. So in November of 2022, Colorado voters passed Proposition 122, which along with SB 23290 decriminalized the possession, cultivation, sharing, and use of psilocybin and other related substances. The new state law designates psilocybin and those other related substances as natural medicine. For those that may be unaware, psilocybin and psilocin are the psychoactive compound found in what are colloquially referred to as psychedelic mushrooms. The new state law permits the supervised use of natural medicine and the cultivation, manufacturing, and testing of natural medicine and natural medicine businesses, which we will cover in more detail later in the slides. The state plans to begin issuing licenses for natural medicine businesses in 2025. Accordingly, local regulations need to be in place by December 31st of 2024. Following tonight's direction, staff have assembled a schedule that will put a second reading of a draft ordinance in front of City Council on December 3rd. So first we'll discuss natural medicine healing centers. Under the new state law, the use of natural medicine for mental health treatment or other medicinal purposes is restricted to natural medicine healing centers, which staff anticipate will operate similarly to licensed medical or therapy offices. The natural medicine at these centers will be administered by a trained facilitator, which is licensed by the state. The state will handle all licensing for facilitators and natural medicine businesses. To qualify for natural medicine licensure as a facilitator, an applicant must complete at least 150 hours of coursework on a range of topics, including best practices, ethics, rules and regulations, drug effects, interactions, trauma-informed care, among others. So the Natural Medicine Healing Center is, again, a location where natural medicine is administered in a session format by a licensed facilitator. Those sessions can last anywhere from 4 to 8 hours. State law requires that a facilitator have a transportation plan in place prior to a session where a natural medicine is administered to a patient. Sorry guys, let me just moving on here. Natural medicine businesses also include facilities for the cultivation, manufacturing, and testing of natural medicine. The facilities will specialize in cultivating psilocybin mushrooms and producing related products. Staff anticipate these uses to be similar to a manufacturing or light industrial use. And it's important to note that excluding testing facilities, the joint location of natural medicine businesses may occur subject to local zoning regulations. I should indicate as well, I jumped a bit ahead here. Local jurisdictions cannot prohibit natural medicine businesses in the jurisdiction, but we may regulate time, place, and manner. So really what we're doing here today is identifying what those natural medicine businesses are and what zone districts they may be appropriate in or not be appropriate in. The state has instituted or mandated buffer requirements for natural medicine businesses, mandating that natural medicine businesses be at least 1,000 feet away as measured from the property line from any licensed child care facility, elementary, middle, or high school. So you can see on the map provided here, this shows all currently licensed child care facilities within the city of Louisville and all K through 12 schools within the city of Louisville. You can see the staff included considered zone districts here, and we'll discuss considered zone districts in later slides. But these represent permitted zones, what may be permitted zones for natural medicine business uses. So you can see on the left side, we have considered zones. Essentially every zone district that is not yellow or green may be eligible to establish a natural medicine business under staff's proposal for zone district considerations. But you can again see the buffer requirements that are included here. It's important to note that on this map, the entirety of downtown Louisville is essentially excluded and or off limits to natural medicine business because it is within current buffer areas of childcare, current licensed childcare facilities. But this map is subject to change as childcare facilities close and or open. So if we take a look, downtown Louisville is in red here, and you can see that it's currently within a buffer area. So just as a note, medicinal and recreational marijuana is prohibited in downtown Louisville, is not a permitted use. So again, this map is subject to change as those buffer areas move. Right now, downtown Louisville is not eligible to establish a natural medicine use. Moving on. And so looking at natural medicine businesses, specifically natural medicine healing centers, staff anticipate healing centers to operate similar to medical and therapy offices. We feel the most appropriate zoning designation to align, or use designation rather, would be with a professional or medical office, which is permitted in the zone districts that you can see on the screen. Again, that's reflected in the buffer map. You also have that in your staff packets. Natural medicine businesses continued. Again, natural medicine cultivation, manufacturing, and testing is similar to, or staff anticipated to operate similar to manufacturing or light industrial uses. As such, we recommend that it be limited to industrial and planned community industrial zone districts. And so with that, staff recommend that we define natural medicine and natural healing centers and natural cultivation, manufacturing, and testing facilities as two new land uses to align with the new state law. We also recommend allowing natural medicine healing centers in the same districts as professional and medical offices are currently permitted under the Louisville Municipal Code. And we also recommend allowing natural medicine cultivation, manufacturing, and testing facilities, again, in the same districts where manufacturing facilities are permitted. Those are limited to industrial areas, more specifically CTC. We recommend providing supplemental regulations for buffer requirements to ensure that the buffered standards are reviewed and satisfied when a natural medicine business comes to us to establish a use. We will look to require minimum parking ratios to match similar use types, again, that would match manufacturing facilities and medical offices, and then adopt additional provisions for offenses that would be related to natural medicine that are in the new state law, including minors in possession of natural medicine. And so with that, from a discussion perspective, staff would like to know whether City Council agrees with the proposed zoning districts and the distribution between natural healing centers, which again operate as medical offices and or therapy centers, and then natural medicine cultivation, manufacturing, and testing facilities, which are more industrial in nature. Secondly, does City Council agree with the approach to addressing natural healing centers in downtown Louisville? Or are additional considerations necessary? Again, that buffer map will change. It's currently not eligible to establish natural medicine when licensure comes online rather in 2025. And then does City Council wish to evaluate additional regulations for natural medicine businesses beyond what the state bill sets forth? And that would include additional buffering requirements from other uses, hours of operation, et cetera. So with that, I think staff are available to answer any questions the council may have.
Yeah, I have a question. If you could pull that map back up for a moment. I do understand that the boundaries of those areas, the 1,000-foot buffer areas, can change based on what's there. I mean, it's much less likely that a school is going to disappear, but in some places it's a child care facility which might not be there. Just to be clear, when that happens, it's going to change the boundary just automatically, right? We don't have to go through another process. It's just if somebody proposes or would propose to locate a natural healing center in an area that no longer was part of this sort of map, that would be something that you'd consider as of that point in time.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you look on the corner or the east side of town, it looks like just the sort of right around the corner. I guess I need to increase the size of my map a little bit. If you could maybe focus on, can you bring that up tight? It looks like right southwest of Empire Road and 42 is an area which is close to downtown, but that's an area that's currently would be a permitted area to have a healing center, right? So that I just want to make sure that to the extent it's not downtown, but it's pretty close.
You are. I believe that is actually within the boundaries of downtown Louisville. I'd have to look in the municipal code, but that would be where the current shopping center is, where Gravity Brewing is right now, and then there's the rail car community, or rather property is right there. And so just to further elaborate on that, what you see in red and what is also identified as downtown Louisville is zoned commercial community. And again, under staff's recommendation, natural medicine healing center specifically, again, not the cultivation, manufacturing, and testing facilities, but the healing centers would be eligible to establish in the CC zone district.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
and if you, and again, just expanding further, you can see some of these smaller gray squares here. These represent, there's a couple preschools that are just outside of the downtown area, and I believe there's also licensed childcare facilities, licensed at-home childcare facilities here. Again, if we're considering a natural medicine business that would approach us for an application, we would run the buffer map, and if that licensed child care facility is no longer there, there is a chance that that buffer is also no longer there, meaning if there no further action is taken on restricting natural medicine businesses in downtown Louisville, they would be eligible to establish there.
Okay, good. Other questions from council members? Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
Yeah, continue on with that question. If, when CU Boulder builds their facility where the theater was, they're proposing to put a childcare facility there, would that extend a barrier 1,000 feet from that then as well?
That would, yes, as long as it remains a licensed or is a licensed child care facility that we can run through a state database, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, what's my other question? Oh, if they come in as manufacturing, for example, can they then expand to a use facility or vice versa?
So the state law does allow for the co-location of manufacturing and cultivation, excluding testing facilities, with natural healing centers. So if we're considering our current use designations and breakdowns, and we look at CTC is industrial and planned industrial, medical office uses are permitted in the CTC as special review uses. So there would be an opportunity for a user to establish or co-locate manufacturing and cultivation facilities with a natural medicine healing center, which would be the administration facilities where folks are actually engaging in these sessions. But that would have to be established in CTC and again, approved via our special review use process. And it's worth expanding a little bit more that generally there are two types of special review uses, administrative and then the formal application that comes in front of Planning Commission and City Council based on the requirements and the differences between administrative and what requires Planning Commission and Council approval. There's a very real possibility that a special review use would not actually have to come in front of council the way the code is written right now, unless there's any discussion around requiring Planning Commission and City Council approval for that, because there's no residential uses in CTC. That's one of the triggers to require a public hearing for a special review use. Also, any addition greater than 200 square feet in size, again, would trigger that requirement. So if an applicant were to move into an existing space, they may be able to, again, if we're considering our staff's recommendation, establish a co-located uses in CTC specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Other council not council comments, council questions of staff. Yeah.
Thank you.
Council member.
So does the co-location, does that also include somebody who has like a therapy office in their home, in a private residence that's zoned residential?
No, this would not be permitted as a home occupation. So if the property is zoned residential, it would not be eligible for a natural medicine business.
Okay. And then I'm curious, the residential mixed use, is that a requirement of the new code or of the new regulation?
Well, as far as including residential mixed use does allow for medical office uses right now. So again, if we're, aligning the Natural Medicine Healing Center with the medical office use, then they would also be permitted in mixed-use residential zone districts. Does that answer your question?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you. And then, so, go ahead.
Sorry, I think you were asking maybe where that's located.
Yeah.
If I'm reading between the
okay.
lines. So that's DLO. So the mixed-use residential district is a zoning overlay that covers a large part of the east side of the railroad tracks, between the railroad tracks and Highway 42, up to South Boulder Road. So that's residential mixed-use district.
Thank you.
Current zoning.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a mandatory rezoning area. Some areas have rezoned, some areas are still industrial, but they're required to rezone. So it gets a little complicated.
I was also curious, it was in part of the communication that we received, there was information about the location of these, the healing centers. They don't just have to be in like single patient offices, but they can be in, I guess, like a group type of environment. Are there limitations or like already in place on how large that can be, how many people can be treated at once, and?
I'm not completely familiar with the regulations that would apply to facilitators. I can't imagine that a multi-tenant building would be eligible to establish that use. Again, we, as a staff and administering any ordinance, based on my read of the state law, we wouldn't necessarily consider whether a building is multi-tenant or a single-use occupancy building. So those license requirements and/or restrictions would likely come from the state via the licensure process when facilitators are issued licenses. But I can research that item though and get back to City Council if that's necessary.
Okay, I hadn't seen anything in there, and I think we received something that kind of talked about that. That's it, thank you. I'm sorry, I was just reviewing, I had made notes, and I think that Councilmember Fahey brought up one of them, so thank you.
Other questions from council members to staff? No? Okay. Why don't we take some public comment? Again, members of the public can have up to 3 minutes. There's a timer that appears on the screen there, so you can keep track of it out of the side of your eye as you're talking. If you'd like to make public comment, please fill out a card and give it to the clerk. She'll call your name, and you can come up and speak. Just let us know what your name was, or is, and where you live, and then you can provide the comment. Any public comment requested?
I don't have any cards,
Okay.
and I don't see anyone online.
Okay. All right. Then with that, we'll go to council discussion. I guess I want to sort of frame this initially. Based on kind of some previous experience, which is probably analogous but not entirely the same. But we went through this process before concerning medical marijuana and recreational marijuana. We've kind of been through this a few times in trying to regulate land use around that. So I appreciate the staff being able to draw pretty heavily on that, and I know the state has worked pretty hard on its regulations to try to get ready for the deadline that we're facing. There's oftentimes concern in the community, although I have not heard an awful lot expressed to me personally. Others on council may have gotten more of that. I was interested, or I am interested, in whether staff has gotten any feedback from the community.
We have not received any feedback to date, no.
Okay. I think one of you've raised good questions. I think we can kind of focus on those, and then if there are other questions that council members want to raise, we can deal with that. But let's start with that. And if you want to put those up on the screen again, that's probably useful for folks who are following it online or in council chambers. We did have, while he's getting that ready, we did have some comments. We went through this before, again, with different substances, so to speak. And I think there was, there's some pushback just by the nature of the substantive law. The bottom line is the state of Colorado, and that is the voters approved this, and so we're having to regulate within the scope of that. I think sometimes there are areas of town, I guess, that we might want to talk about downtown, for example. I remember one comment, and I don't want to hamper this council with the comments of former council members, but I know we have had folks who said, this is really pretty much the same thing as liquor, regulating liquor stores. Well, it's not. It's more heavily regulated, just as marijuana and medical marijuana before that is regulated. But there were people who thought that should happen, if need be, downtown. Thought that was an interesting discussion. Clearly, right now there are limitations that state law imposes on that. But let's start with that first question. Does council agree with proposed zoning districts to allow both natural healing centers and natural medicine cultivation, manufacturing, and testing facilities? Anybody opposed to the plan that is recommended by the Councilmember Hamilton?
I'm not necessarily opposed to what was presented to us today, but I am curious if your team has had conversations with other municipalities about their approach and if there's anything different we should be considering.
We've researched other municipalities. I think a lot of other jurisdictions are in the same position that we are, and we're all adopting this ordinance at the same time. However, Oregon was ahead of us. They had a similar citizen initiative in the last year or the year before. So we did some research on Oregon communities. The most similar community to us would be Boulder, and they have presented a similar discussion and direction to their city council with similar recommendations in consideration, or considering rather, natural medicine healing centers to be analogous to medical office and or medical therapy uses, and then also manufacturing, testing, cultivation facilities to be analogous to industrial areas. I will note that some communities in Oregon and even Boulder, via consideration of their discussion direction, did consider adding a 1,000-foot buffer to their residential areas. Staff has prepared a map for that. I would say that the map reveals that it's severely limiting for natural medicine businesses. We'd probably have to consult with the city attorney as to whether or not that would put us in violation of the state law if we were to adopt something similar.
Could you put that map up? I don't mean to interrupt you. With the zoning restrictions that were, okay.
And so this map displays full 1,000-foot buffer from all existing residential uses. For comparative purposes, we can go back to this particular map. This one, we've added some transparency to this. The darker areas where there's no buffer, obviously within the buffer, you can see it's a lighter transparency, just to indicate that as the buffer changes, the use may be established within those zone districts. However, you can see, again, the difference from where they would be permitted with just school and childcare buffers to the full 1,000-foot residential buffer.
Can you put those side by side?
I might be able to if I can
And
take
yes, they're both of the city of Louisville.
I could probably do some quick edits within the PowerPoint right now and put them side by side on one slide.
That's fine. We'll take, go ahead.
So just to summarize, what I think I hear you saying is that other municipalities are actually in discussion about more restrictions, not necessarily subtracting restrictions regarding boundaries in, say, like childcare facilities. Is that?
Yeah, correct.
And then do you have any insight as to why they're suggesting adding the boundary around residential areas? What concerns prompted that discussion that we're maybe not thinking about today?
I wasn't able to see any, or rather find any indication and or information as to why they consider those buffers. I can tell you that, land use distribution in other larger jurisdictions
it may allow for additional buffers that would not overly restrict the use to take place. I would say we're a little bit more unique here in the city of Louisville, that we have significant core residential. So that could be part of the, in my planner's mind, that could be kind of part of their consideration.
Okay, I mean, if there's like a planners get together where you guys talk about these sorts of things, I would be interested in maybe learning more of what's going on inside their brains and their council to make that suggestion the next time we chat. Thank you.
Other council? Yeah.
Along those lines, with other municipalities, any discussion on hours of operation, any recommendations? Love to hear what the thoughts are.
Yeah, I would say that based on the research into other jurisdictions and also expert testimony from individuals who would actually administer natural medicines, professional therapists, they indicate that the sessions in and of themselves are generally 4 to 8 hours long. So in order for their business to be viable, it would need to extend beyond traditional hours of operations, extend beyond that 8 to 5, so that an individual may be able to see 2 clients a day as opposed to 1 client a day. So I'd say that the research that we've done has indicated that communities have acknowledged the hours of operation restriction and recommended to their councils and boards that they don't adopt hours of operation restrictions on those particular uses.
Any?
Well, I don't know, not any necessarily, but a traditional restriction that would be like an 8 to 5 restriction, so allowing a 5 to 10 p.m. operation and not restricting it after say, when a traditional medical office would generally be closed for business.
I mean, it's one thing that's sort of different about the natural medicine that we're talking about is that people are, for lack of a better term, under the influence of the substances literally during the hours of operation. Whereas, I mean, with alcohol, you buy it, but you're not necessarily drinking it at the store. I think they'd probably throw you out if you did that. And you're not, you take it, you go home, or you go to your apartment or whatnot. And so there is I'm sure that there are regulations around what mental state people are in at the time their session ends. That's the piece of the transportation plan that has to be in place. So I know that with respect to marijuana, we had a discussion at one time around extending the time from 10 to, I think it was midnight, and we decided not to do that. But certainly up to 10 p.m. was part of the discussion then. I don't know how council members feel about regulating past the 8 to 5 period. Is there any thought about that? Councilmember Kern.
Specifically to that, I think when this is being utilized as a form of treatment for patients, and it is medically supervised treatment to that, I think allowing for people who need to have that service provided to them outside the conventional Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Maybe they work during the day, or they have childcare things, they need to be at home and they need their treatments later in the day. I think if we are providing this, or the state is allowing this to be a service to people, we should make sure that it is accessible. If there's a concern with somebody getting in a vehicle and driving after an appointment at 3 o'clock when school's letting out, I'd say that's a bigger concern than somebody driving at 9 o'clock when a treatment's done.
Yeah, I think, a lot of this is the transportation plan that surrounds this. And those, let me understand how that process works. Who approves transportation plans?
So I believe it would be the licensed facilitator that actually administers, again, the natural medicine. And just to reiterate, those facilitators go through 150 hours of training and have to abide by those regulations to maintain their licensure.
From an enforcement perspective, I didn't come across a mechanism necessarily. The state is actually still engaged in the rule-making process over this. I think with projected final adoption on the 16th of this month, we may get more information at that point.
Okay. Other council member comments? Yes. Council member Fay.
I just have one clarification. Is it right that a treatment facility can be located in the downtown area, but the manufacturing and growing cultivation has to be in an industrial zoned area? Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
But based on the map, it wouldn't be in our downtown, correct? So the question is it allowed in the downtown area? And I said, based on the map that you've just presented, it wouldn't be?
Based on the current buffer, it would not be. But again, the buffers may change if those daycare facilities close.
Other thoughts? Yes, Council. Mayor Pro Tem.
And just trying to understand, I guess this it's actually more in the form of a question, but these aren't, in your experience or understanding, like lounges. These are more like, doctor's offices, if you will. This is not a communal hanging out with 15 people getting administered all at the same time for what's going on in their life.
Yeah, that's correct.
Payments.
Yeah, correct. I believe the license requirements indicate that a facilitator can only administer natural medicine to one individual at a time. And I think generally what we found just via research is these individuals are therapy professionals that are actually providing this service. So, yes.
Okay, going back to proposed zoning districts, we have so far talked about, well, let me back up for just a second because Councilmember Hamilton's question does provoke the kind of the bigger question of, gee, do we want to wait for the additional regulations from the state, the rulemaking that's happening there before we do some of this? Do we want to wait frankly, for other communities to bubble up some of these before we get out ahead of that? I think I'm not sure that Councilmember Hamilton had those in mind, but I'm thinking they're natural kind of follow-on. We don't need to be the state leaders in how you do this, especially when regulations aren't sort of baked, so to speak. How do council members feel about that? I mean, we're doing discussion direction. It doesn't have to, we're not making some final decisions on this. We're suggesting how we'd like the city staff to proceed. Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, just responding to your question, I'm comfortable moving forward with direction, and if we learn something new between now and when something comes back to us, we can take that into account. The one thing I would consider, and I don't know that I'm arguing for it, but that I would consider is let's formalize the downtown piece and either make it, officially not in downtown, or if you want to locate one of these in downtown, it's a special review use and it has to come back through the process so we get a look at it. I can see strong arguments for either of those just to keep some control on the process. And I think if I understood the presentation, we have authority to say, not in this particular part of town, as long as we don't prohibit them entirely. That being said, if the use is really more like a therapist's office, there's plenty of therapists in downtown Louisville, and they've caused us no problems. So the SRU route maybe is a sort of a compromise. And it's not like we would be getting them anytime soon unless we have a bunch of child care facility closures such that the state law buffer doesn't apply. But maybe it's a way to sort of cover our bases.
One concern that raises for me is There is certainly sentiment in Louisville of downtown as being kind of a gem, but I think you could make the argument, and people would, that there are plenty of other areas in town that are special or special enough. And, you know, treating one of the things that I'm struck by the way that they did this without necessarily carving out exceptions or, you know, kind of, well, they are exceptions. If you said, not in downtown, we don't want this, that would be sort of one thing. And I'm less comfortable with that, and maybe that's sort of consistent with what you just said. I think it's better to make the decision based on those 1,000-foot limits than it is to necessarily carve out places in town. That's probably going to be it would seem to me that would be challenging. I think the fact of the matter is that these are, from the outside, there's really not much difference from, you know, psychologists doing. In fact, probably a lot of the people who run these, they're going to be trained in psychology. That's my bet. I think that's kind of the general trend right now. And so this would be kind of, if you regulate too strictly around this, you're infringing a little bit on the mode of treatment that a particular professional can provide. And I'm cognizant or mindful of that. I think it's something that we should be thinking about. I think both of these approaches are fine with me. I don't know how others feel about it. But, yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Hamilton.
Yeah, I just want to add on to the comments that my colleague here made regarding special review use. If we're going to discuss that in the context of downtown, I think it's also something that should be discussed in the context of outside downtown as well. And also, I think something to consider in the context of this particular piece of the topic is, you know, we talk about the value of businesses and the services they provide to our community. And I am thinking, if carve-outs are not made or special review uses are not considered, will we start losing local therapists to other communities? Because they would need to find locations that would permit use of this practice for their patients. So I think just some things maybe to consider as we continue this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I'm kind of thinking of this as a combination of doctor's office, dentist's office, therapist's office. You know, narcotics are used in a couple of those cases, and, you know, I think we understand that narcotics are, you know, an issue generally, but when used in medical practice, or, you know, there's a reason, might still take issue with it, just like someone might take issue with psychedelics being used for medicinal and medical and mental health reasons. But it's allowed in the state. It's a doctor's office. It's a medical use. It's supervised. It's not a party house. I wouldn't do anything different with these than I would do with a dentist's office or a therapist's office or a clinic. So I'm just kind of getting through the motions here, but for me, this is just I agree with all the recommendations of staff. So if we can tick off each of the three things, I don't know if we got closure on the first question or not, but as far as zoning issue, you know, anyways, I'm happy to comment on any of the particular positions, but generally those are my positions.
Well, why don't let's push on that, because I think we're at a place where we need to talk about what zoning districts are going to be used and on what basis. I mean, I think, well, yeah, Councilmember Hefner.
So I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. I think the one thing that signals to me maybe we should take that view with a grain of salt is state law doesn't say there's a 1,000-foot buffer for a doctor's office from schools. And maybe that's just how the political sausage was made in the General Assembly, and they, who knows where that requirement came from. But it suggests to me that at least at some point during their debate, there were concerns raised about proximity to kids or safety or something. But otherwise, I think I basically see it the same way, assuming these are, in fact, and I would imagine the state regulations are going to address this, are in fact legitimate sort of medical type practices, and we're not real worried about a potential for abuse, which I understand there's not with the psychedelics. There's not as much potential for abuse as with other things. Certainly, alcohol is much higher potential for abuse, and we allow that in a lot of places.
I was gonna just say, I'd love to get some more recommendations on the hours of operation. Appreciate Councilmember Kern's comments, but, if someone gets administered something after work at 6, that facility's gonna have to be open until 10, 11, 12, midnight. And is that something that we're comfortable as a council preventing? So I think, not limiting patients, and to your point, that, if they get, we had one letter come in, therapists say I'd recommend 8 to 8. They could get a patient at 8. They're sort of at the extreme end. They're done at 2. They get another one from 2 to 8. But then if they go in, 8 to 2 o'clock in the morning or 5 to, so just something that I think we should think about it, hours of operation. I'm not trying to look to restrict too much, but I would like to see what other municipalities are doing. But I don't think we want these things open, middle of the night. But that's just, I'd love some guidance and recommendations on that.
I'm still back on the first question now, which is, because we'll get to the approach, which I think includes the hours of operation and other stuff. But I am interested in whether anybody is there, let me ask the question. Do you have any preference between the two maps here? Yes.
I think, just to give ourselves some protection, I prefer the 1,000-foot buffer from residential and the child care. It gives, there's plenty of red where they can move, doesn't restrict them. We're not going to, push them out. If they want to do business here, those are kind of the zones. So I'm leaning towards that one, but, obviously the 1,000-foot buffer from schools, daycare centers, that definitely is that. But, if I had to vote, I'd prefer the one with the residential included, just to give us some additional protections.
Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, I'll say I think I'm going the other way. I think the excluding residential, excludes most of the city. I would worry that that's getting to the point of not being compatible with what the state is directing us to do. It does leave some significant areas, but I think if the left-hand side is option 1, that certainly makes a lot more sense to me.
Member Tim.
Yeah, I think staff alluded to just that, and this doesn't include CU, which would take out another portion there. But this basically, we're not allowed to not allow it, and this basically means us not allowing it, right? So I don't think we'd get away with this in the end. So I'm in support of map 1 that does not include residential buffers.
Others? Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
So quick question before I answer your question, Mayor. The residential buffer, what about in areas where there's houses built in like Broomfield that's near an area that currently qualifies? Does their 1,000 feet extend?
I'd probably discuss with the city attorney, but that would be within our own jurisdiction. To my knowledge, we would apply within our own jurisdiction unless otherwise stated. Sorry, thank you, Sama. Unless we adopt a provision that states otherwise. But I think from a staff perspective, we would approach that from a jurisdictional view.
City attorney have anything to add to that?
I would agree.
probably what's prompting the question is the circle around the daycare center on the north end that is outside of the city limits. And so that is a state buffer, and so that will apply regardless of jurisdiction. I think that when there's an additional buffer like the 1,000 feet from a residential zoned property, that is typically applied within the jurisdiction, and we would certainly, if that was the guidance, we would make sure that the regulation was clear in that regard. I would imagine that if it was 1,000 feet from any residential, including residential outside the city, that's going to further shrink.
And that's what I'm thinking RTR down there.
Right. And, it is an issue that we would want to look at carefully because that looks like a lot of land, but it's not really a lot of available land. And just to, this is a new area, but we have other types of land uses that courts have spoken to, for instance, in the sexually oriented business context. Courts look at, is there really an opportunity to conduct this land use, or is it just some colors on a map? And so we'd need to dig into that. If the majority of the council prefers having the 1,000-foot buffer from residential, we can do that work before you discuss it further, if that's the direction that you're headed in. But we don't have the answer to that tonight.
Okay. So the direction I'm heading in tonight is option 1, unless staff and the city attorney come back with some really convincing evidence as to why other municipalities are suggesting the residential buffer. So tonight, I'd say I'm leaning towards 1.
And that's a good thing to point out, that we would also have to support that additional buffer with some, it needs to be reasonable. And so we need to be able to articulate why the additional 1,000-foot buffer from residential areas is necessary.
That's all for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Free?
I'll agree with what's been said. I go with option 1 also, as long as it is industrial zoned areas that the manufacturing cultivation can be in. And so that would eliminate that piece just east of downtown. So that's it.
You mean for purposes of? And cultivation, gotcha. Councilmember Kern, you want to weigh in?
Sure. I would actually, what I haven't seen yet is, because I think a lot of these are going to go into facilities that are already psychiatric offices, like a therapist's office. I'd be curious to know where those are distributed within our city. I mean, I know where a Vista is in some treatment, the medical offices are there, but I'd be curious to know where we have licensed therapy in the city of Louisville now.
I can say that along South Boulder Road in the area zoned business office and administrative office, specifically these 2 areas, are existing medical office and or dentist office in those locations. A number of areas along the McCaslin corridor in Centennial Valley would likely have space and or tenant space to accommodate a medical office. I would say the CTC is probably also on the table for that as well, just with tenant layouts that exist that I'm aware of. But again, a special review use would be required for a healing center in an industrial district right now. But that would, these 2 areas right now would be the ones on the top of my head that I can think about where there are existing medical offices.
Yeah, I as far as the zoning, the first of the 3 questions, the zoning piece, I think seems fair to allow for medical practitioners that are throughout our city to still provide new advanced treatments to their patients.
So you prefer number 1?
Yeah, I think we're going to hear a little bit more from the state in the upcoming month or so. So we may be back to this discussion, I think. But for right now, the recommendation is real. I agree. I think I'd like to know why the state wants a 1,000-foot buffer around schools and things, and why we wouldn't want that same buffer around residential if there's some level of concern for safety. What's been proposed to us doesn't demonstrate that there should be a concern for the general safety of the public, so therefore I think we can go with the first plan.
Yeah, I think from my standpoint, I guess a couple of things. One, I think we ought to stay, I think first, I like the first map better, because I think one thing that I have heard a number of times is how difficult it is as a therapist to have any office in Louisville doing any kind of therapy, that the rents are high enough here, it's challenging. This is, I think, generally, it's a legitimate treatment. It's very highly regulated by a number of different agencies, or at least an agency that's had a lot of input from others. And I'm pretty confident that that knowledge will be incorporated into the state regulations. So I'm not convinced that limiting the way that the second map would have us is, I think we don't really have a very good rationale for why we want to do that, except to try to minimize the number of businesses that do this. And I kind of hate to impinge on medical practitioners doing what they want to do with their patients. And not everybody is a doctor. Not everybody's going to be a psychologist. This is broader than that. So thinking this is just doctors' offices, not accurate. So we got to be clear about that. The regulations are broader than that. But I just would be, I'd be hard pressed right now to say that we've got good rationale for making it any more limited than what the state regulations require. And I think it would have, an adverse effect on some of the practitioners in our city. And I think it borders a bit on, making a choice that is different from what we have been given by the voters of the state of Colorado. And that's, regardless of what I might think about the therapy, that's not really the issue. So I'm happy with, at least for now. I think Councilmember Hamilton said it well. Unless we hear a really good argument or we get some information from the state that is helpful or might change our minds, I think going in that direction would be preferable. And it sounds as though, well, Councilmember Bierman.
It's real strong. They've put the 1,000-foot buffer from schools and daycares, right? We have a lot of families in this community, right? And so I'm thinking about them having some protection. Maybe we reduce it to 500 feet or something, because they've obviously, to Councilman Hefner's point, it's like they've put in this, there is some concern that they're putting in a 1,000-foot buffer from schools. And so great, we're protecting, whatever, the risk. There's something going on. I'd love to know the rationale for that.
Yeah.
Because then, if we're saying, hey, restricting businesses, then if it's a dentist's office, then no buffer. Schools, daycare. But I think we're all in agreement of that. So I'm just thinking of residents that are in the red zone that have young children. Great, it's when they're in school, they're okay, but suddenly come home and, again, the state has set a 1,000-foot buffer from school. So I'm just I'm not feeling very strong on map 2. We talk about our residents. I'm thinking about those families that would be within those zones. Something to consider.
Yeah,
and I'd like to see what a 500-foot buffer. Why do we don't have to do 1,000 from residents, but just something to have in the back of our minds. That's all.
I think kind of moving this forward, I think there's a general consensus, not complete across the board, but general consensus that that first map is preferable to the second one. There are other, I'm sure there are other ways of handling this, and we'll find out presumably when we get a little closer to when we have to decide this. I don't think we need to wait till the last minute to decide it, but I think, frankly, knowing a little more from the state, knowing a little bit more from our other communities, those are good things. The second question, agreeing with the approach, let's start with the hours of operation. That's part of the thing. Now, we haven't really, I'm not sure you all really expressed a recommendation about that. Did I miss something?
No, that's correct. We didn't necessarily have a recommendation. We brought it up as a discussion item for council. Again, such a new provision here we have to adopt. We do not have a recommendation. However, I will reiterate that based on research with, again, therapeutic professionals, their recommendation is extending hours of operation beyond the 8 to 5, similar to Councilor Bierman's concept of an 8 to 8 scenario, so they can at least see 2 patients within a day. So,
isn't that 3 patients if they're back to back to back?
Potentially, again, research indicates that the length of the session varies based on the individual and how it's administered. So it could be anywhere from 4 to 8 hours is the session length.
Yeah, Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to wrap question 2 and 3 together and say, well, first ask the question, have we engaged our local medical community or therapists in town yet?
We have not. No, I will say that our clerk's office has been in touch with some of those medical professionals. I think just inquiries into when we will be adopting this particular ordinance, but we haven't had the opportunity to engage around town.
Okay, so I mean, I don't know how my council feels about this, but I would love, in order to answer questions 2 and 3, to have staff, and I see this not only as a zoning question, but also as an economic vitality question, to engage the individuals that practice therapy in our community to see who would be interested in incorporating this into their practice. Where are they located? What do we have to think about for who we currently have in our community when we develop next steps for this? I don't know if my council members have any comments, but that would be extremely helpful for me.
I think, as with all things, how comprehensive that approach is, I tend to agree with it, but it's, time consuming, and we have to we've got a lot of things going on. I don't know how perhaps if you had some sort of plan to get some of that information. My dad is local. I mean, there are professional associations that you probably could talk to that would be able to provide some information and maybe would be even willing to help get people in Louisville, surveyed or whatnot. Because I'm certain this is an issue within that community. And I agree that both of the 2 and 3, it'd be nice to know what time, place, and manner restrictions or non-restrictions, things that we should stay away from, might be, because they are going to be the ones who are going to be directly impacted. And I do agree with Councilmember Kern that if this is something that's indicated in a practice, people probably ought to be able to do it after hours. I don't know what the right hours are. I think Councilmember Bierman, has the only rational information on that right now, which is, somebody who's reached out and suggested 8 to 8. I just don't know whether that's the right number or not. I think if you could be mindful of that, I think that's something. I think it's good to get the medical or therapeutic community in Louisville's input in some way that's, cost effective for the city.
I'll just add to that, if that's okay, that I do believe there are plenty of resources for staff to reach out to get those answers. I will just reiterate that we do have a deadline of adoption for the actual ordinance by December 31st. And so we can work to bring another discussion and direction, I believe we would handle it that way. We can talk to Rob about that, but we would have to work out the timing for our obligation to adopt an ordinance.
Yep, and I would just, what I'm hearing with council is that you're open to extending beyond 8 to 5.
Yeah.
But you need more information and research. So I think when we come back with the ordinance adoption, we can recommend something based on the research. I think when Boulder had some discussion, we're borrowing from the therapists that went to the Boulder session, and we're taking their testimony. And so we can take their recommendations, try to get local. But we'll come back to you. That's an easy thing to adjust at second reading, even if you want to adjust the time. But I'm hearing you're okay to go past 5, is that correct? 5 PM?
I think that's generally correct, yeah. That's, Mayor Pro Tem, did you have something to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, just as we bring it back, I mean, my feeling is if I want to go to my therapist at 6 in the morning, I don't understand why the city has just created an ordinance that says I can't go to my therapist at 6 in the morning. Like, that's so weird. And if I want to work until 5 and get to my therapist at 6, and the drugs aren't going to wear off for 4 hours, and turns out they didn't wear off for 6 hours, and the therapist doesn't want me to go yet because they haven't worn off, and now it's midnight by the time they actually release me safely, and they've just broken a rule, like, what are we doing? I don't get it at all. Like, I'm going to my therapist, I'm getting treatment, I'm going to be under the influence. You don't tell the doctor who put someone under for a root canal, like, you got to get them out by 5, even if they're still asleep. Like, what are we doing? I don't get it. This is medical use by a medical professional, and I don't understand why we would put any time constraint other than what the state is providing. I just don't get what we're talking about.
Good, very good point. So we're open to that, and there may be literally no limitation at all when we get back. It'll be very interesting to see what, if any,
Just to clarify, I'm not suggesting limitations. I'm suggesting what are other people doing? We don't want to be bleeding it 24/7. Okay? Done. I mean, like, I just want to get some recommendations. I'm not stating a point. We talked about, we had a therapist write in, made some recommendations. If there's other ones, so again, not want to restrict, put anyone in harm's way. I just want to get some guidance. So we're not ruling on anything today.
I think we've got pretty much a consensus. Did you have
Let me just
another?
add one thing on that point, which is I would expect when we see the state licensing authority regulations, it will address some of these finer points of how do you do it. And assuming the state addresses it in some meaningful way, I don't know that we need to pile on.
Yeah, I mean, that's a timing thing that I'm going to leave to staff. I mean, it makes sense not to do much more on any of this until the state regulations come out. But I'll leave that to you to, Any final points?
I just wanted to bring, so we were talking about parking with codes and mandating it. Did you not want to move to that yet? That's part of this, as far as discussion direction. We've talked about before not putting in, as many parking requirements. And if this is treating, as we were just told, that they treat one patient at a time, I don't know what the current required parking is for these, but I'm thinking we don't need to mandate a treatment center that has one patient at a time, doesn't need 5 parking spaces.
I think that's beyond our pay grade right now. We can address it, but I know I'm not sure is that a direction that we want to get into right now?
I would say that it would be standard practice for when a new use is instituted to ensure that use is also follows form throughout the rest of the code, and so every use in our zoning ordinance also includes a parking requirement. So I think it would just be more of a formality really than anything else to ensure that it's parked accordingly. The other note that I'll make on that is that we would generally review parking, compliance for parking with a new development. So an applicant would generally have to come in with an actual PUD proposal for a new development for us to really take a close look at parking. We wouldn't necessarily consider it otherwise in an existing condition.
Does that answer your question?
So it sounds like it becomes moot if they're just going to move into a place that already has, is already established, or they're just updating their current place of business, then it just seems like a moot issue. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well, and what I'm really driving at on that is simply that I'm not sure it's any different from way you would otherwise treat any kind of business that, I mean, there are rules about parking and, yeah, and I'm not sure there's a special rule around this particular use. If there is, I presume you guys will bring that to attention. Yes, Councilmember Hafner.
Yeah, I would just add in support of Councilmember Kern, you know, a number of us, and I think the Planning Commission on many occasions have acknowledged that our parking minimums don't often make a ton of sense. And so continuing to impose on a new use parking minimums that may not be adequate or appropriate for the current uses is sort of compounding a problem that I think many of us have acknowledged. I don't know that we can fix all of our parking problems through this particular use, but I think it's a fair point that, you know, let's take a careful look at the minimums that would apply. And if they don't make sense for this use, like we might as well not make an unforced error and apply too high parking minimums to a new use, I think.
That's maybe a broader, I mean, I think that's a broader discussion. I mean, that's just my own view. That parking is a very big issue, and making the standards rational and up to date, which I think maybe they were useful at one time, and I don't want to get too far afield here, but my bet is that Director Zaccaro and Planner Post probably have some ideas to how to fix those kinds of issues more globally with respect to this kind of business and a whole bunch of others. That will be a good thing to take up. And frankly, it may be one of those things that as part of the work plan is strategic enough to address. We don't need to take that up right now. I'll leave that part with staff to think about, because it may be worth addressing, just like we're addressing some other kind of antiquated parts of our code. Is it fair enough, Councilmember Kern? Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, bigger point than we have to deal with tonight, I think. All right, do you feel like you have enough direction? Okay, good. Thanks. Let's go to 8D, which is affirmation of comprehensive plan vision statement and core values. Do we have a staff presentation on this? I gather we do.
So I've just got some brief introductory comment, and then we're going to turn it over to our consultant to do the detailed presentation. This item tonight, the purpose of this item is to seek affirmation from council on the draft comprehensive plan, vision statement, and core values. These are a really important component of the plan and an important milestone, which is why we wanted to make sure we had clarity from council that this is the right direction. A lot of the plan policies will be evaluated through the lens of these values, so they become really foundational and important in that sense. We also did pretty extensive community engagement on these values earlier in the summer, so these reflect the input we got from the community on them. And we also talked to Planning Commission a few weeks ago about these, and so they spent about an hour going through them in the draft before you reflects that discussion, as they're the advisory committee for this project. So I will say that while we were doing this engagement, a lot of other things were happening with the project. So project's still on schedule. This didn't delay us in any way. We're still planning, as we have been all along, for a target adoption of summer of 2025. And so in your packet, there's some milestones, some sort of council milestones and decision points laid out if you wanted to get a bit better sense of how those look. But for tonight, Jessica with Design Workshop is going to walk us through this content and some of the more specifics around the engagement done and some of the next steps. And we're looking forward to the discussion. So I'll turn it over to Jessica now, if you are ready to do your presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff, and members of council. Really excited to be with you tonight. I think our last conversation with you was in March, and so I'm excited to give you an update and talk through some next steps. So I do have a brief presentation that I'll go through, and then we have reserved some time for discussion. We want to share with you what we've learned through the outreach efforts that Jeff just mentioned. And then we will talk through the draft vision and values to seek confirmation on those as we move into some of our next steps, which I'll detail towards the end. So you've seen this slide before in our previous conversation. Just as a reminder, what is a comprehensive plan? A comprehensive plan is really a guiding document to help you inform your decision-making as City Council, as well as helping to inform decisions at the Planning and Zoning Commission level. It is also required by state statute, so a very important document, but it is not zoning, it's not land use code standards, and it's not a detailed budget. Those are implementation steps that might come from the adoption of the comprehensive plan. In our process, we always start with the end in mind. And so we do like to bring these slides up just to remind us all of what we are hoping to achieve to ensure a successful outcome. So today we'll go through some of the key inputs and share how we're organizing a clear plan, gathering and listening to the community to really drive those plan outcomes, and integrating the important ideas of revitalization, sustainability, and resilience into the work. As Jeff mentioned, we are tracking on schedule. We used this summer to do some additional community engagement related to vision and core values that we're excited to share with you tonight. And this really informs our community choices, which includes scenarios and trade-offs. Those will be part of some community engagement here in the fall. And still planning on a spring-summer adoption for the plan. So really quickly wanted to highlight some of the things that we've heard and been working on. In our previous conversation, we did cover the documents and ideas that are on the slide here. And these really provided a contextual understanding to inform much of the engagement that we completed in March and through July of this year. So this includes some focus groups, reviewing existing plan documents, and compiling a series of memorandums related to the current conditions and trends that really inform the state of Louisville for the plan. We've also created some branding materials and updated and with a project page on Engage Louisville for everything related to the comprehensive plan. Included in your packet is a summary of the community engagement completed to date. Open house and pop-up events were held in March, and we had an open survey in March and into April. And we had nearly 2,000 participants in that survey, and we had over 200 participants in our open house. So felt really excited about that community engagement and created again that summary. The survey that we had was included and noticed through a variety of newsletters on engagelouisville.com, resident mailers, things like that. So really trying to make sure there was broad community understanding of the process, and we'll continue to use those types of tools as we move into the additional rounds of engagement. The survey had also included Spanish translation, and we've worked really hard and with city staff to include Spanish language translation in our engagement materials to ensure that we are providing equal opportunity within the community. This is just some photos of the event for the community open house. You can see lots of Post-it notes here, lots of conversation. And again, all of those pieces really informed the community engagement as we move forward into vision and values. Within the summary from those initial engagement efforts, we have identified some key words that we've heard. We asked folks to identify what is one word that you would use to describe Louisville. And so the top 10 words indicate that a sense of safety and small friendly community are really important values. And those are further supported by some sub-themes. Those sub-themes note attention in the community when looking towards the future, particularly around growth and change, in contrast to a perceived slower pace of growth. And so you'll see some of that as we get into the values and the vision statement. We also asked within the initial engagement window what land uses folks would like to see. And so you could see that overall there was a desire for increased retail, restaurant, and entertainment along key corridors, with some secondary support for multifamily residential. There was a desire for increased gathering spaces such as plazas and parks, and an interest in dedicated open space and public lands, as well as increased opportunities for small business development. There was moderate interest for affordable housing and environmental sustainability when we kind of coupled some of these pieces together. We also asked some specific questions related to transportation and mobility, as well as open space. And so trails, crossings, and bike lanes were really at the top of the list when it came to transportation priorities. And then hazard mitigation, natural lands, and increasing preservation of open space areas were some of those top priorities for natural areas. So from that engagement, there's really four kind of key takeaways. The first is the importance of balancing future development with Louisville's really wonderful small town character. We also heard that the core values from the current comprehensive plan remain important and valid, and that they need to be integrated in some way as we move forward. We also heard that housing affordability and diversity of housing stock was something that was really important to community members, thinking about the range of housing opportunities to meet the needs of different ages and family types. And then finally, we heard that downtown really is the heart of the community, and that it is important to be thinking about that as we move through land use scenarios and things like that. So based off of all of those outcomes and information from engagement window 1, staff took the lead on a additional deep dive this summer that we called engagement window 1.5. And we worked to create some materials for staff to go out into the community and really dig deeper into some of the values-based questions so that we could better understand words like small town. What does small town mean? What does safe mean? What does vibrant mean? Things like that. These were pop-up events, and they really capitalized on large summer events and outdoor foot and bike traffic to gather some additional feedback from the community. So this included 5 different events, and they were, again, at kind of summer events at trailheads and really seeking to broaden participation. We also had an online survey option for folks who were not able to participate in those pop-up events. So again, we really tried to dig into what these values mean. So you can see just some examples here. And again, some of this is in your packet. But what does safe, welcoming, inclusive, and supportive community mean to you? So we heard that that means family-friendly spaces, community programs, inclusive housing policies, etc. And you can see also here, what does support vibrant commercial areas mean to you? So we heard again that that means supporting downtown Louisville, but it also means a mix of uses, public spaces, that the community is easily accessible. And then finally, what does development that maintains or enhances our unique quality of life mean to you? And so this was really interesting, and a piece that we will likely bring through as we think through some of the implementation steps later, but that means zoning regulations, community centers, historic preservation, open space. And so this was really, really helpful in then shaping what has been included in your packet as draft vision and values. Today we will review that vision and the core values. This graphic just illustrates what are some of the pieces that are really important to the comprehensive plan. So I'm going to pause here for just a moment to talk through how all of these pieces work together. So today we are focused on sharing what we've heard and draft information for the vision, the core values, and then themes and focus areas. And this is an opportunity for you to provide us feedback to make sure that we're on the right track as we move into some of the more specific pieces, the where we're headed portion, in terms of identifying strategies and specific implementation. So a vision statement is that aspirational future statement, and it speaks to what the Louisville community hopes to achieve in the future. We'll then talk through the core values, and those are the community ideals that really help drive and guide decision making. And then within each core value, we've aligned that to a theme and some supporting focus areas. And those help provide some additional direction as we move forward. We did meet with the Planning Commission in August, and so they have made some minor edits. One of those was to the vision statement. So this is the proposed edited vision statement. It says, Louisville is committed to being an equitable, resilient, and sustainable community where everyone has the opportunity to thrive now and for future generations. We strive for a vibrant future where Louisville will evolve and adapt to change in ways that respect our past and support our high quality of life. So this is that forward-looking statement, what the community hopes to be in the next 5 to 10 years. Next are the themes and core values. So you can see here the 6 different themes and the specific core value statements underneath. The 2 that are highlighted, community character and community connectivity, those statements were edited by the Planning Commission as part of their conversation. And staff included in the memo those specific red lines for what was originally proposed and where we're at today based off of their feedback. So I won't read each core value statement right now, but I will read the theme statements. So community character, community connectivity, environmental sustainability, vibrant economy, community places, and civic leadership. And really importantly, at the center of those core values and themes is an equitable, resilient, sustainable, and vibrant future. So those are keywords that are pulled out of the vision statement. And this graphic is just intended to show that those really are the foundation, that the vision statement is where we derive all of the other pieces of the comprehensive plan. So looking deeper into each of these value areas, we did want to highlight some of the sub-themes that provide a little bit more detail about what do we mean when we say community character or community connectivity. And this is a way also to make sure that we're integrating some of the existing core values from the existing comp plan into this work, which we heard from the community was really important. These sub-themes are areas where we might kind of dig into and have specific goal areas or specific strategies around them. And I will not read through every single thing because I know it was in your packet and want to save some time for a conversation. But you can see here, there's 3 or 4 sub categories within each core value area. And this slide here discusses economic vibrancy, community places, and civic leadership. So with that, I want to pause here. I know I went through a lot of information pretty quickly, but we did want to make sure that we had an opportunity for discussion with you and want to specifically talk through the vision statement as well as the values and make sure that we're headed in the right direction as we think about some of our next steps. So I'll pause here and maybe Jeff, turn it back to you to see if there's any additional comments you wanted to make.
No additional comments. I did want to recognize, though, there's actually a slight typo in the vision statement that was on the slides and what was in the packet. And one of them says, "We welcome a vibrant future." The other one says, "We strive for a vibrant future." Those were both considered by Planning Commission, and so they're basically options on the table, as I see it, for whichever one you prefer. But that was the only thing I wanted to say.
Thanks, Jeff.
You want a little bit of feedback? Council, the comments about the vision statement? Councilmember Hamilton?
I'll keep my commented limited specifically to the strive versus welcome. I personally like strive. Welcome feels more like a passive process, where strive feels like we're making decisions to reach something. I'll end at that.
Thank you. Others? Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, good. Others? Councilmember Hafner?
No.
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic. I really, really, really enjoyed reading it in the packet, and the presentation was obviously similar, but I think it fits for me. I don't really quarrel with any of it. I like it a lot as a next step. So if other people have other thoughts, I'm excited to hear them, but on its face, I like it a lot.
I like strive for the same reasons that Councilmember Hamilton pointed out. I don't like the word high quality of life. I don't quite know, and I don't know if that is something that stuck out to others. I mean, I think it's our quality of life here is sort of, I mean, I don't know that it needs more qualification than that. And I worry that it's sort of, I don't know, that it suggests that everybody has high sort of level of quality of life, and I think that's something we strive for, but I don't know that we have it for every single person in the community. So anyway, that's because we're talking about supports a current, though. I don't know that anybody has any energy around that. No. Any objection to striking it? Councilmember Fahey?
I agree that taking the word high out it's just not necessary. We're striving for a quality life. And I like strive.
I mean, I don't know how other people, I don't know that I strongly disagree with striking high quality of life. I wouldn't have brought it up. We'll evolve and adapt and change in ways that respects our past and supports our high quality of life. I don't see that respects our quality of life is sort of, it's very neutral, like our negative quality, like we want to maintain our, like, I think aspirational and like maybe a different word for high quality, but to just say, you know, our quality of life, that could be a really poor quality, a really amazing quality of life. Like if you don't describe the quality, it's sort of meaningless, right? So I think if you have a different word, but I wouldn't just strike the word entirely. How about current? Our current quality of life.
Maybe you can do some work on that.
Oh, I have no interest in that at all.
Not you. I mean, there may be something that works better than any of that. I mean, maybe I'm sort of thinking sort of high standard of living, and not everybody has a high standard of. It sounds exclusive. It doesn't sound inclusive to me, and I think it's important to have some reference to quality of life. I don't know that I really I just don't like the language as much. But I'm fine with just moving on. Yes, Councilmember.
In the earlier draft we saw of this, it spoke to our unique quality of life. Just throwing that out there.
I like that better.
Because there are things that all of us share in the community.
I like unique.
Pardon me?
I like unique.
I do too. We have,
It's open to interpretation. I mean, I think we're,
We need
Mayor
to
Pro Tem's
move
comments
it
like
forward.
it's, yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think, but I like
So
unique.
I think that's a good suggestion. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have thought about that?
I'm forming it as we speak. I'm thinking and reading unique. Again, I think it's a nice word. It's also a little odd to me, like, what is our unique quality? Like, it feels like immediately after, like, what do you mean by that? Like, oh, maybe we should explain what we mean by our unique quality of life. Like, in what way is it unique, and unique compared to what? Like, is it unique compared to Boulder, or unique compared to California, or unique compared to Denver? Like, unique compared to what? Like, how is it unique? There's a lot in there that I'm like, I don't know what we mean by that. So if someone else knows exactly what we mean by our unique quality of life, that would be helpful. I would stick with our high quality of life. I think everyone we're aspiring to have a high quality of life, and that might mean I don't even make any money, but I love where I live and I love what I do and I love my life. Doesn't mean I'm rich, but my quality of life with the outdoors or with my business, like a high quality of life. I think to your point, a high what'd you call it? High standard of living is different to me. That screams wealth, but a high quality of life to me screams the outdoors. And I think Colorado is unique to the world in how wonderful our outdoors are. So I don't mind unique. I really wouldn't even be having the conversation, but I like high, I like unique. I don't like nothing, but I don't have, as it might seem odd, I really don't have a strong opinion on it.
Well, let's, any other? I almost don't dare ask if there's any other comment, but we should move on from this one way or another.
I would just add that I think a lot of these words, if you interrogate them for more than a couple minutes, probably don't stand up that well as like real concrete ideas, right? Equitable for whom, right? Or are we going to start inviting a bunch of third worlders to?
I'm fine leaving high in there. Yeah, I'm the one who's created the trouble here. Sorry about that. I'm fine moving on. And I think, did you ask just about our vision statement, Jessica, or did you ask us to comment on more than that? I have forgotten.
We'd love your comments on more, and so if it makes sense, we can go to this slide, which identifies the specific value areas and the statements.
Okay, council members. Yeah.
So the one I've struggled with the most is the first one, community character. A balanced approach to change that maintains and enhances our community character. To me, the focus, and maybe it's just how I read it, the focus is on basically keeping everything the same, that the community character as it exists in 2024 is something we're trying to capture and preserve in amber, and maybe with some enhancements around the edges, like here and there. And I actually was partial to some of the language in the original draft we saw about our approach to development, and that's actually where the unique quality of life language was originally, that we're in favor of development that improves our unique quality of life, right? It's not about maintaining the past or keeping things exactly as they are. It's about making Louisville a great place to live and sort of upholding the things that make us special. But that doesn't mean sort of pressing the pause button, which is, to me, I hear community character, and I think of opposition to change on the grounds that it will be different than the character we have today. And I worry that that is dangerous territory for us.
Thank you. Others? Councilmember Hamilton.
I agree with Councilmember Hefner regarding, specifically for me, the word maintains feels stagnant. And I think we can value or honor our history, but maintain just feels like we're locked in time. So I'd be open to staff wordsmithing that if council ends up agreeing.
How about embraces? Was it there before? Embraces, I like the E's, I like alliterations. But again, we're gonna beat words together, but I agree. Honors, yeah, embraces and enhances. I like the E's.
I'll just add, I mean, the select examples in the second column all make a lot of sense to me. I think it's getting the description of those in the value statement right. And I like Councilmember Bierman's suggestion.
People comfortable with that? Are there other others of these 6 themes and core values that you have any comments on? Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. There was one I kept going back to when reviewing the packet, and it was economic vibrancy. We value vibrant commercial areas. I kept getting stuck on the word commercial and feeling like it's a zoning thing. We have industrial areas, we have other areas, we have multi-use. So that particular word I kept getting hooked up on. So I would be open if my fellow council members are to staff maybe massaging that a little bit more to expand it more broadly.
I mean, this is copying the top line, but we value a vibrant economy that supports the community. I agree. I think it sounds like a zoning. Commercial. We value commercial and industrial areas. I mean, I didn't realize there was going to be math and reading.
Yeah, I hear it now that you read it. I liked it when I read it. I hear what you're saying. That when I read it that way, it does sound sort of like a zoning comment. But I think when I read it, I heard like commercial areas, like our downtown, like our McCaslin Quarter, like our commercial areas. I didn't think of it that same way, and I'm trying to figure out what's a better way to say, because when you say our values of vibrant economy, that to me is like way too fiscal, that's too budgetary, and not like place, right? Kind of like the vibrant economy is the title, but in that vibrant economy, we want placemaking, and like we want to, I say this all the time, we want to be able to go to a store, we want to be able to visit a shop, right? And so we want to go to a commercial area, but now we've used a word that I agree is not like super great, but I don't currently have a better word for commercial area. And
businesses?
We value vibrant business areas?
No, just businesses.
Businesses.
We value vibrant businesses that support the community, because that's what we keep talking about, right? The businesses, the sales tax, economy. I mean, businesses.
What if it's
stores,
shopping areas? Caleb already said it.
shops.
Vibrant shopping areas instead of commercial areas, because that's kind of what we're talking about, right? Are the shopping areas?
Yeah, a little bit like, I don't shop at a restaurant
But that's a business.
per se. It's like, I agree with you. Like,
Restaurants are also not in commercial areas.
We need a thesaurus.
they aren't?
Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. I think what I was trying to get at is it's it's so much more than just a commercial area or shopping. It's medical. We just discussed therapists. Like there's so much that contributes to a vibrant economy that commercial to me seems to have its blinders on as to what that could mean. And I'm thinking, you know, this is a document that's going to be used for the next decade. And so if you leave it open to interpretation, the next council could say, well, commercial means there's a commercial zone, so that's what it means. So I'm just trying to make sure that we're wholly encompassing what this particular value could mean for us.
Yeah, and I'll chime in. You know, we try to make these as concise as possible, and in doing so, you know, a little bit lost in translation maybe. I think the underlying intent is to capture places like downtown, McCaslin Quarter, but also places that are employment centers. They're serving the community because they're providing areas for people to have jobs, things that are all non-residential. So shopping, retail, restaurants, office, kind of all those places. Yeah. So.
Just let me hold you off for just a second. I realized that one of the things we just managed to skip was the public comment, and I want to take a break so that people can forget that, you know, the first person to jump in is the one who's going to create all the trouble. It seems to be yeah, well, you did this last one, and I did before, so just joking. So let's take some public comment because I forgot that. That's my fault. And because I know there's at least one person who's signed up. Are there others that have signed up for public comment?
I have Helen, I'm going to mess it up, Moshak. And then we do have 2 online.
Okay. Who's coming up?
Helen.
Good. Come down.
Hi, my name is Helen Moshak, Louisville resident, and I think this vision statement is a great start, and I just wanted to call our attention to the 3 tenets of equitable, resilient, and sustainable. And I think we'll be talking about those in the budget section. I was sort of searching through the document, and I found examples of diversity of voices 20 times. When I looked up inclusive, it came up under inclusive community network, community engagement, particularly under civic leadership for transparent and inclusivity, inclusive housing, making Louisville an inclusive place. And then also looked up equitable and equity, and that came up about 10 times. Things like equitable resilience and adaptation, social equity in the core values, and again, under civic leadership, core community services that promote equity. So I think this is a great start and at the heart of what Louisville is. Thanks.
Thank you, Helen.
Next, we have Cindy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. This is Cindy Bedell. I'm in Ward 2. I noticed that somehow small town character seems to have fallen out of our core values. And I wanted to ask you, please don't eliminate small town from our community vision. Note that livable small town feel was ranked 5th highest of the 13 values from our previous plan. So that would fit under our core value statement, community character, and please add back small town character. And I'd like to make a comment about our housing plan and vision. So our current housing stock is about 33% attached housing already. So what percentage are we looking for? It seems to me that 1/3 attached housing is a pretty good balance for our small town. Or do we want to become like a bedroom community of condos and apartments, like big projects like Superior and Broomfield? And open space has consistently topped the list of what is most important, even in the questions of what should be emphasized in new development. So I'd like to see open space to be prioritized in our vision and values consistent with the community survey. And then I just want to make a comment about economic vibrancy. I haven't seen last year's annual financial analysis, but I have read the previous years. And Louisville was already doing very well, positive financials, in spite of um, some of the challenges that we've had lately. And so I just want to point out we've already done very well as a small town without all this change and growth that's being promoted. And then finally, I just have a question. I was just curious who was on these focus groups and if it was a balanced representation of citizens. Because I know I'm involved with the citizen group and I don't think we were invited to participate. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy.
Next up is Tamar.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Hey, yeah, I really feel strongly about some of the things that Cindy Bedell just said before, before I was thinking.
Time out, Tamar. Can you,
Yeah.
can you say your whole name? And
Oh, I am sorry. This is Tamar Krantz. I live in Ward 3.
thank you, Tamar.
Sure, I agree with a lot of the things that Cindy Bedell said. So I just wanted to reiterate, I really feel like open space was ranked high enough that it had its own value in our previous comprehensive plan. And I think that things have kind of changed a lot in how you're going about coming up with these values. You guys did a survey that was really successful and got almost 2,000 people to respond to an online survey. And then you had over 100 people show up at an open house. And I don't feel like what you're doing now is like these values were originally taken from the survey responses. Planning Commission changed it, then you changed it, and then it came back to Planning Commission, and now it's gone back to you. But I think you guys, it would be really helpful if City Council could go back and look at those original survey results. There was a question in one of the Planning Commission hearings that was, well, what do we mean by small town feel? Because that was part of the draft vision statement. And we had an open house question, asking the community members what we meant by small town feel. There were many responses, less traffic, knowing your neighbors. And now you have changed it to quality of life. And we didn't go back and ask the community, what do we mean by quality of life? So I just wanted to caution you about working in a vacuum and not returning to those original survey results before you finalize this. I'm wondering, I know that you are trying to move on to the next parts of this, but I'm wondering if it's possible to just, even during this meeting, to just go back and reflect and put up those results of the original community survey that wasn't part of your packet today, that had so many responses on these questions and these values. Thanks for taking my comment.
Thank you, Tamar. Any other public comments?
Josh Cooperman.
Hi, Josh Cooperman. I live in Louisville. I just wanted to make two quick comments. First of all, generally speaking, I'm quite happy with how the vision statement and the community values have been refined since we last discussed them. And the only thing, the second comment is that the only thing I might like to see, perhaps under the civic leadership community value, is something about science-based or evidence-based decision-making. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Josh.
And I have Susan Liu.
Yes, this is Susan Liu in Ward 2. And I would caution council about solely relying on the community survey It was not statistically valid. It can be packed with certain opinions because everybody calls up their friend and says, oh, you got to answer the survey. And you wind up with 50 people saying the same thing. And I would remind you that we have a community of about 20,000 individuals, and 1,900 does not represent the whole community. I would rely on your judgment as elected officials. I would rely also on Planning Commission to represent people who aren't represented, don't even know you're doing a comprehensive plan, to be more accurate. And the other thing that I would suggest is you rely heavily on the statistically valid portion of the citizen survey. I put way more trust in that than something you slapped on to enhance Louisville, where anybody who's got a group who wants to weigh in and unbalance the opinion can do that. So rely on your own judgment as elected officials. Yes, the community survey matters, but I would take it with a grain of salt. Thank you.
Thanks, Sue. Other comments? Public comment? Okay. Back to council. I think we left off with Councilmember Fahey. I think we were just about at the end of our discussion on the vision statement, but we have heard some public comment. I think if anybody has any thought about that or additional thoughts, might be worth raising now. Yes, Councilmember Hefner.
So I think one of the things that we left open before taking public comment was the economic vitality portion, the economic vibrancy portion with the values. And I agree that I think we could improve on commercial areas, which does feel more about geography than about the businesses we're actually talking about. I just want to throw this out there, something to consider instead, which would be we value a vibrant and dynamic local economy that creates opportunities for growth, supports entrepreneurship, and enriches the well-being of our community. And speak more directly to the thing we like about it, but that's a back of the envelope draft, and I'm sure our staff could refine that further if others are interested.
Can you read that again?
Yeah, we value a vibrant and dynamic local economy that creates opportunities for growth, supports entrepreneurship, and enriches the well-being of our community.
I guess the only thing I tend not to, there's some words that I think don't have as much meaning, and I think we could maybe, with all respect, do better than dynamic.
Sure.
You did a really good job. I like all of what you said, but that, what do you mean? Say more about that.
Well, to me, what it means is things change, right? Like what we were talking about tonight is a good example. There's this new kind of business around psychedelic medicine that hasn't existed in Colorado, in the history of Colorado, and is about to exist, at least in a legal format. And so it's dynamic in the sense that there's always, we hope, a new restaurant opening or a new form of healthcare being provided, or the pickleball courts on McCaslin Corridor taking advantage of a sort of a new and emerging recreation trend. It's dynamic in the sense of we're not just going to always have exactly the same businesses. There's a lot of turnover. There's a lot of sort of frothy, bubbly activity. That's what it means to me, and sort of respecting that and making it easy for people who want to come here and start a business to start a business, or who are here and want to start a business to start a business, to me is an important value.
Let me make a suggestion and see whether it hits. Nimble, which I think kind of catches that sort of like adaptive, changing, flexible sort of thing. I think that's all kind of connoted by that. What do you think?
That works for me. I like it.
Is government allowed to use
That's what a lot of people would ask, right? Again, we're talking about the community here. We hope that the government follows suit. That's the point, right? So how would that read? We value a
vibrant and nimble local economy.
I provide.
Well,
yeah,
go ahead.
I was sorry. I was going to add that supports and engages the community. Get a little bit of that interaction with the business, as well as its financial benefit.
I like dynamic over nimble. Nimble sounds like we're playing hopscotch, jumping around from squares. Dynamic, thriving economy. I mean, we're wordsmithing in here, but I do like that we're getting away from zoning in areas and talking about what we want to do. I mean, we want to support entrepreneurs. We want to support all sorts of businesses. And to Councilmember Hefner's point, dynamic. They're changing, right? Who would have thought we would have space businesses 50 years ago in the tech center? So I like dynamic as a strong, positive word that I like.
How about thriving? Do you like thriving less or more than dynamic?
I think thriving would be a replacement for vibrant. I'm fine with vibrant. I wouldn't replace dynamic with thriving, or nimble with thriving. I think those two words are both meant to. We got splitting hairs here, but they're both meant to be adaptable, willing to change quickly, right? So you're nimble or you're dynamic. I think dynamic to me is a little bit more of a business term than nimble is. I think it's a little bit more, almost, if you will, like explosive and exciting, and nimble's just quicker to me, quicker and flexible.
You don't want to go with, we value a vibrant and explosive.
I really like, thank you for taking the steps, and I really like, we value a vibrant and dynamic economy that supports and engages the community. I think the red writing there is, I think, pretty darn good, but so right now that's my preference over the one that we have in black.
And I would suggest maybe, because we've used vibrant as the subject title, maybe we replace it with thriving. But I don't feel that strongly if we repeat vibrant. I like thriving. Economies thrive. I don't think economies are vibrant. Vibrant, I think of like artwork. But a thriving economy is the way I think we describe it. But again,
I like that. Yeah, I think that's good. And it also has something, you're not sort of defining in your header, it's not the same as, you're not using the term to define, what you mean. If you had thriving economy, you've defined it as we value a vibrant economy that, or dynamic. I think the consensus is dynamic is better than nimble, which I think is right. I think you can convince me. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, if we scratch nimble, I'm good on that. I was just thinking of like the child. Yeah, Jack, be nimble. Do we have to have the exact wording tonight? Like, do we need to wordsmith this from the dais, or can we give these general, just in an effort to keep the training moving forward? Do we need to be perfect tonight?
It doesn't have to be perfect tonight. The train's moving forward into the next stages. We would like to have something that we take to the end, though, and then you'll be able to adopt it and change it when you're adopting it. So we're not planning to come back with another working session. We've kind of gone through Planning Commission. So we'd like to have something that we think is maybe not 100% there, but 98, 99% there, we're hoping to come out of this.
Okay, that's helpful. Then my earlier comment that sparked all this wordsmithing regarding the vibrant economy description, I like the direction that it's heading in with the suggestions that Councilmember Hefner gave.
Councilmember Fahey?
I also like the changes that have come about in this section. One change, I guess, that I would make is when we're talking about a vibrant economy, then we're duplicating that in we want a vibrant economy, that's a vibrant economy. We value a vibrant business community instead of commercial areas, but business communities that support and engages the community.
One thing I guess I would raise about this, I am trying to sort of maybe even make it briefer than it is. I'm not so sure I'm convinced that a port, obviously supports economically the community. That's pretty important, right? I'm not sure that, we got to think pretty broadly about what kind of businesses we have here. And although I think, a certain heart of the business community is small business, we've got a lot of very large communities that really don't engage the community necessarily. Are we devaluing those businesses in some way? I just don't think of, it's nice that businesses engage the community, but it's important for them to be supporting the community more. That's why we're excited to have them here. It's nice that folks are willing to engage, but I'm not sure we should be so specific about that piece. So maybe the question for Pro Tem is tell me what you mean by the engages the community piece of that.
Yeah, I think it's all of that. I think Biodesics is maybe a good example of a business that engages with the community, not like through events or a store I go to, but and it has taken a vacant building and made it bustling. They are supporting they're engaging in events by being sponsors and things like that. There are lots of ways you can engage, but even just being present, being a business in this community is engaging with this community. You might employ people from this community, and that's the way in which you're engaging. I think it doesn't mean a store I can go into necessarily, but there are lots of ways in which a business can engage in the community, and one is literally its existence, just being here and being a part of the community. So maybe there's a better word, but again, this is not, I think, I think we've done some good work here, but we're bordering on, we could spend an hour on each of these and we can't, right? So I like what we've come up with, but I also hear Deb's comments, and I think that's kind of where I was a little while ago, and I've adjusted from that to I like the one we have at the bottom with the we value a thriving and dynamic economy that supports and engages the community. I like that. I think it embraces a lot of what we've talked about.
Fair enough. We can move on. Any of the other? Pardon me? Sure.
Thanks. I just wanted to point out, not that I have a super strong preference one or the other. The thing that I think, the messaging that I want to make sure everybody realizes when I read this as just a resident even, it sounds completely different now. The first one, even if you changed business for commercial and said we value, vibrant business areas that support the community versus commercial because it's less zoning, is I think people then in their mind say, ooh, McCaslin, South Boulder, downtown, Redtail, the tech center. This does not stand out like that. It's a very broad brush of we just want to see Louisville Green everywhere, right? So we value thriving, dynamic economy that supports and engages the community. It's just, a business statement. We like successful businesses here. The other one, I think, is more specific to what we heard in a lot of the community surveys, which was, we don't want empty buildings. We want, McCaslin bustling again like it was 15 years ago. We'd like downtown busy. We like the fact that our tech center has multiple things and reasons to be in there, restaurants and businesses. The first statement brings your mind to that. The second one is just very broad, maybe a general business statement versus how a community feels about its business places.
I'm not sure we need to be more specific in this part.
I think Councilmember Hamilton made a good point when she said that future council members for the next 5 to 10 years will be looking and reading at this. And I think that when we incorporate the sentiment that we heard from our residents, that they want the business areas to be be bustling and be successful and places they want to go and be. And they very specifically said that they would like services, things that provide for them, so support them. They want to be able to buy their groceries here and their clothing here and have their medical services here. And I think that's the big supporting of piece of it that I read into the first statement, where maybe we do change the word commercial because if it feels too zony to business districts or business areas, because that is what we're trying to do. We're not trying to plunk super ultra successive groups of businesses in the middle of a residential neighborhood necessarily, although if there is a travel agency there that's successful, that would be lovely. I'm just thinking that reflects what residents' words were to us. The second one is more of a business crafted economic language versus I think what staff did was take the language we heard from the people who live here and tried to put it into a statement.
I really appreciate that. I think it's interesting, staff knows what they're doing, that they've brought this slide up, right, like a deeper look. And so we have the vision statement, we have the core value statement, then we have the deeper piece where downtown vibrancy, supported business environment, that's more policy-making stuff probably, place-making in public realms, all the stuff you're talking about, right? I think as you get deeper into that one, if we can go back to the slide before, one thing I was thinking about was 8 years from now, 7 years from now, when we're looking at this, I think, can we go back a slide to the one we've been looking at? I don't know who's in control of it. Great. I think when you zoom out again and you forget about all the words underneath, community character, community connectivity, environmental sustainability, vibrant economy, community places, civic leadership, I think that piece now speaks to me more on without a good economy, we don't get to do all these, we got to make sure that we're if you will, a profitable city that has a vibrant economy that allows for a lot of the things we want to do, and how we get that vibrant economy and what that looks like and the placemaking and all those things, I think is important. But as I back out, I think this is a statement about we better watch civic leadership also talks about our fiscal responsibility, right? But we get there with, that the dollar signs in the vibrant economy. So I don't think I think we have a lot of places where we talk about that sense of community and spaces and business areas and things like that it's deeper in that topic as well. but I don't think we're losing it by.
The only thing I saw mentioned was downtown in that next slide that
Yeah.
went deeper. There was nothing else that mentioned, like, that they were
Does-
services that support people, did it?
Well, not services.
This is a conversation among all of us, not the two of you. Are you done, Councilman McCurran, with your? I was just.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I'm done.
Councilwoman Fay.
This brings us back to the original statement, and that's what I was going to comment on before we broke away for public comments, is I was just going to change the word commercial to business. Because commercial is not the only type of business that we have in Louisville.
I think the language has evolved a little bit, so I don't know. I understand what you're saying, and I think that's an improvement, but anyway, I don't think that includes the suggested changes that we were all. Do we have those? Jessica, were you?
Yeah, I just have to rewrite them on the slide.
Ah.
Give me just a second.
She's just pulling, I think she's pulling up the statement that we were, right. Did you, and where would you?
She wouldn't, it's from the original that she would just
Right.
replace.
No,
with
I
one.
understand that. But I'm just, does that work?
To account for.
Wait for a
Oh.
second, just a second. Go ahead.
We value a thriving and dynamic, oh, sorry. We value a thriving and dynamic business community that supports and engages the community.
How about we value thriving and dynamic businesses that support and engage the community? Because I don't like community. We value thriving and dynamic businesses, generic, that support and engage the community.
Great. Hurry, quick.
All right, let's move on before we change our minds. It's good to say that we don't necessarily, this isn't a final. I think we've got to convince ourselves that the perfect is the enemy of the good. So the last one, the only thing I would say, unless we have any other comments about this one, which we don't, right? Is that civic leadership. I guess I don't like the word leadership in there, and maybe because I don't think that's just simply a leader issue. I think it's sort of more civic engagement, to be honest, which I think includes leadership and community alike. But I think civic leadership. I don't know what it. I don't necessarily know. I think it's the engagement by everybody that's encompassed by that, not just those who are leaders. What do you think? Councilmember Hamilton.
I personally don't mind the leadership part of civic leadership. To me, leadership means so many different things. It doesn't necessarily mean it's limited to the person sitting at the dais or running a meeting. You can be a quiet leader in the community, and engage in that way. So for me, the leadership word encompasses all that, and I'm fine leaving it as is. I think some of the examples that we have also maybe gets at the heart of what you were trying to accomplish through the word change under the core value. I don't know what others feel though.
Sort of, I get what you're saying. I think when we're talking about, well, okay, a core value of the community is civic leadership. I think if I heard that, I mean, I'm just sort of trying to transport myself off the dais and talking to, an average person, that sounds like the value is the leaders in the community. And I think while you're correct, you can be a leader in a lot of different ways. I don't think that's the common understanding that for this purpose, I just don't think it, I think it's broader. We value something other than the kind of leaders and their leadership in the community. We value the engagement. We value the residents being a part of this. And that's kind of the transparent, collaborative, fiscally sustainable. All those things, I think, speak to that. We're doing that today. I mean, it's not just the leaders. I think I get what you mean by leadership. I don't think that's necessarily the common, what's going to be evoked in somebody who's going to be referring to this later as a value. Civic culture, that was Jessica's suggestion?
Yeah, just based off of what you're describing, that might be another term here.
Other thoughts?
You could strike leadership. Just leave it as civic culture. And I actually like responsibility, fiscally responsible local government instead of fiscally sustainable.
I was just going to agree with my Ward 3 colleague about the sort of broader notion of leadership as distinct from the leaders themselves or the leaders in a particular moment. To me, leadership is a broader concept that does involve engagement and a back and forth and a dialogue, and however we capture that is probably fine with me. But as written, at least as I sit and read it, it captures the broader notion, not that we're aggrandizing the seven of us.
Yeah, I like the suggestion that Jessica made myself, but Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't mind. I'm curious what other people, when I read this one, I actually think of this as like, what is council's job? And not me, this document will outlive me, but like, what's our job? What are the job of our civic leaders? To be transparent, collaborative, fiscally responsible. Like these are our jobs. Like we can't screw those things up. And collaborative is maybe not quite as grandiose of a word, but the idea is we need to work with the community. We need to be transparent about our actions. We need to be fiscally responsible. Like these are our obligations to our community as civic leaders. Whomever those people are 6 months from now, 5 years from now, that's their job. I saw it as council, not as a community, we need civic engagement from everyone all the time, but what we need is civic leadership that does those things. So I was okay with how it was. I saw it as maybe something different than others.
Councilmember Beer.
Quickly, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I do like the leadership word better than culture. And I also agree with Councilmember Kern on I prefer responsible. Because when you talk about fiscally, you can be fiscally irresponsible and still be sustainable. I think being responsible is the key. So I just sounds, that's the word usually when we hear fiscally, I think responsible.
I mean, it sounds as though, there's some different themes here, but it sounds like if what we're saying is this is what we expect from our leaders, then I think you're absolutely right. And civic leadership is correct. when I'm thinking about these things, I'm thinking about each of them as something that council is keeping in mind as they make decisions. And that's why I'm kind of reacting to civic leadership as sort of like, well, it's why are we just cherry picking these? I think these are sort of sub-values of the kind of community that the larger community. But I'm not gonna keep, I'm not gonna wed myself to another word if people would like to do leadership. I just think it doesn't fit as a parallel matter with the others, because we don't, to me, this is not about saying, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and by the way, here's what we should be doing. Because I think all of them are things that we should be embodying as leaders. Go ahead, Councilmember Kern.
I was thinking that I like the civic culture because there will be members of boards and commissions moving forward as well that are reading these core values and themes and using that to help them make decisions or give advice. And I think they are part of that civic culture here in Louisville. And they're part of the civic leadership, but I would agree actually with the mayor that, and when I'm just looking at this as core values and I read civic leadership, I do think like city management as well as city council versus all the boards and commissions, members of the community that are civic leaders. I think civic culture really embraces all the people that are part of that picture.
Councilmember Fahey.
Could it read culture of civic leadership? And that would include any resident, any elected official, staff members.
Oh, Member Tim.
I think it's about the community. I think all the words underneath it, well, collaborative is the only word that makes sense to me. Like, I don't need our neighbors being transparent. Like, that's not like engaged, informed. I could use the word passionate. I know you don't like that one. But like, what I would want from the public would be to be engaged and informed and trusting and all those things. And that's not what this is about to me. This is about local government being transparent and collaborative and responsible. I don't expect the public to be fiscally responsible with our budget like that. These just don't make any sense to me if it's about the community. So it would be a whole different core value is like civic engagement from our public. Now we're talking about an entirely different category, which that I have a problem with us just taking one of the 6 core values and changing it entirely to something else, which is super valuable. I like that one. I like the idea of civic engagement, but I don't think it's one of our 6 core values. I think it was, again, kind of a check on us. Like we expect this of our leaders. We expect you to listen to us, like be collaborative and listen. We expect you to be transparent and honest. We expect you to mind the budget. If I were to throw anything extra, it'd be like, core services, like maintain our core services, right? And that's probably deeper in it, is it? Right? So like that's what this is. This is about responsibility to our community as civic leaders.
I to the point, I think the consensus is around leaving it as can you put that back for a second? Just there you go. I don't know who's got the control of the document here. I think Jessica does. Just to leave it at civic leadership and but I think having something in there around core values, or excuse me, core services is a good thing because that includes public safety and a lot of things. It also includes, we've talked about this before, so beat it. Yeah, Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. If we look at page 137 of the packet, they give examples and themes of the core values, and the 3 bullet points for civic leadership are core community service as transparent and inclusive and regional collaboration. So I think the way it's written right now hits what we're all circling around at the moment. So I'm fine just leaving it as is.
I think there was also consensus around changing the word, sustainable to responsible. So I think that's fine, unless others have, do we have thumbs up on that one, or down, or sideways? Looks like we got a lot of thumbs ups. All right. Other comments? Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
Judy pointed out, I think she's right, that in community places, just one word change from "we value community places that bring people together, including parks, open space." Instead of "to that," what do you guys think? I mean, I realize it's just a word, but
Fine.
6-1, put it in the notes.
She doesn't think it's just a word. You know, those are fighting words, Pro Tem. All right, other comments? Oh, go ahead. You're bursting. Yeah, you should, if you've got a comment, now's the time. All right. Jessica, do you have what you need there from us in terms of, well, I guess it's you and staff together. I do think that, just to pull back from this for a second, and that, there was just a comment, there were comments from the public around the small town character piece. I think one of the things that we struggle with, and I think a lot of folks struggle with in the community, is that term for some folks is can be kind of narrow and off-putting. And by that I mean, and this is just a thought that I think we've heard from folks, that it tends to be, or can be interpreted as being exclusive, or, becoming a part of us. If you want to live here, it sometimes, when you use that kind of word, I think people can make those kinds of associations. I don't think they necessarily have to. I think I was using the term small town vibe with Mayor Pro Tem some time ago. We were talking about that. That's a little maybe too not quite sort of serious enough, but it actually captures sort of what we're thinking about, that kind of neighborly feeling and all that kind of stuff. I think all of that is to say that when you come back to the vision statement, if you want to put that up again for a second, I think it's trying to embody a kind of dynamic meaning, a kind of changing meaning of that, to try to be a little more specific about what that term small town values really evokes, to get past some of the baggage that we hear when we talk about equity issues and inclusiveness issues, to get past that, and to talk about quality of life, to talk about the vibrant future, to talk about, all of these things I think are they're characteristics of the small town vibe that we're trying to support here. But I think we should, we're not going to get it perfect right now. I'm sure we're going to get some feedback, and as folks have said, we should be looking back again at our comments. I think the comment by former council member Lou, who spoke tonight, is important, that we ought to check this language that we come up with against our community survey too, make sure we're consistent with that. Yes, Director.
I just wanted, I think there was the question too of, did we get what we needed? I think very much this was very helpful. I appreciate the extra time to try to get it, not 100%, but close to 100%. I think it's really going to help with the rest of the process. Again, I think we've hit all the check boxes that we need for tonight, unless you all have anything else you want to go over on these items.
I think we're good. Let's take a break. It's 8:13. Let's be back here at 8:24. 10 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you.
on. And we are, bear with me for a second, discussion direction on the 2025-2026 biennial budget. And I'd like to ask for staff presentation from the city manager. I was about to say the newest father among us.
It's decidedly not me.
Congratulations. You can put a picture up on the screen if you want at some point. Very excited about one of our newest residents. But anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. So we are excited to bring this back to you tonight. As you may recall, we last chatted about this at your budget retreat, and we've chatted with Finance Committee since then. It is going to be a tag team of a number of us tonight. As you can see, you've got many leadership team members in the room here in case you have questions. I do want to thank our leadership team and our finance team, specifically Ryder, Mahyar, and Maria, who put a lot of effort into this. This has been a process, as you know, and where we are tonight, which I'm pretty impressed with, is a true testament to the work of all of our team. So with that, I believe I'm turning it over to Maria, who's going to get us started.
Tonight, what we'd like to review with you is our budget calendar moving forward, right? Where are we going to next? We'd like to recap the budget retreat a little bit and talk a little bit about what happened at the Finance Committee and some of the changes that have happened since we had that good feedback from the Finance Committee. We'd like to visit about some of your requests for information, both at the budget retreat and at the Finance Committee. Some of you had some requests, so we'd like to go over that information tonight. We want to revisit the general fund. We did have a pretty big budget gap at the budget retreat in July. We've closed that gap pretty significantly, almost all the way. So we'd like to talk about how did we get there? What are some of the changes that occurred to help us get to that? Talk about the Parks Fund. We made you aware of a structural imbalance and like to revisit that and talk about how we've closed that gap. And then talk about the Capital Projects Fund. Here's our budget calendar. And so here we are tonight, first budget study session, filling you in on the progress we've made so far. What's coming up is another meeting on October 1st where you will hear from your city manager and her recommended budget for all city funds. And then on October 15th, of course, is the budget hearing where the public has an opportunity to make some more comments and you will decide whether or not to approve the budget. At the budget retreat, let's recap what we covered. We covered a lot of stuff in July. We talked about financial policies. We went over every single city fund, which there are many. And again, tonight we'll be focusing on the 3 where we had pretty significant gaps in the budget retreat. But we talked about all city funds. Where did we leave it off? We left it off with a couple of council requests for information. We talked about the budget, the general fund budget gap. We talked about the Parks Fund and how there is a structural imbalance as we move forward in the future. And figuring out how we can reset that to kind of live within the confines of the revenue coming into that fund. And then, of course, the Capital Projects Fund, there's a lot more things we want to do than we have funding for today. So prioritizing that was important.
Great, thank you, Council. I know you've seen this slide before, but we do want to just highlight a few of these key considerations. I think it's really important to share we are not alone in this. Sales taxes remain lower than expected throughout the state. Many other cities are going through what we're going through. Louisville has a, I'll say, good quality of life based on our last conversation, and we do enjoy high levels of service in our community. We have also taken on as a community truly aspirational work. The things that this organization community has done in the last few years is quite impressive. And at times, we might have to come to a place where we balance that with resources. So what does our ongoing service level look like compared to our ongoing level of resources? I think these are important conversations we've been having. I want to remind Council there is a way through this. The sky is not falling. We've come to a very close to balanced budget, and we will have a balanced budget to present to you all. We have some guidance that we'll be asking for you to give us tonight, and we'll have more conversations as needed here. And then the next slide is mine as well. So I just want to remind Council to As we said we would close the gap, we continued working on the forecast. We continued looking at the potential to reallocate resources among our high priorities, including the possibility of programmatic and service level reductions. We did reassess vacant positions. We did reassess policies. We also sought efficiencies. And I will remind Council the future is unclear. There is the possibility of development or other things, such as the special session that just happened, impacting us. So we are continuing to refine what our future looks like as we learn more information. And we have some preliminary priorities. It was nice to see in the last presentation the early vision and values from the comprehensive plan really aligned with Council's 2025 preliminary priorities, which right now are shaping up to be economic prosperity, public safety, maintaining core services, affordable housing, all through the lens of EDI and sustainability. So these are things we've used to shape your budget as we've worked through this process.
Okay, thank you, City Manager Fox. We had a request from council at the budget retreats. One of you asked about personnel. How's that growing versus sales tax? How's that look? And this chart shows you, really the graph is the best one to look at. My laser pointer isn't working quite right. But sales tax, you can see the trend line is the red or the orange line. It's not growing quite as fast as personnel. It's growing, it's just a slower growth. And we've noticed that slowdown sort of just very, very recently. And it's happening to all communities. It's not just happening to Louisville. You also asked about population, full-time equivalents or full-time employees relative to the population of the community. So HR helped us with this, and they looked at communities, surrounding communities here in the Denver metro area, specifically more geared close to us. And what you see is population versus FTEs, we're right in the mix there. We're right at average. And in fact, if you pull Superior out, which everyone knows that Superior uses a lot of third-party contractors, right? They don't have nearly the number of FTEs that many communities do. They outsource their police. For example, they use Boulder County Sheriff to provide that service. When you pull Superior out of there, the average is 0.97%, and we're just right in line with the average of our communities. You also asked about general fund fees. You wanted to know, are we looking at these? Are we making sure that we're staying aligned with the cost to provide these services? And in fact, in looking at the general fund fees, we found that the majority of them are building permit fees. So this green bar each year is the building permit fees, and the tiny little orange red line that you see on the top is everything else. So in fact, 98.4% of what we collected over the last 4 years in fees in the general fund is building permit fees. Now, building permit fees were reviewed significantly in depth in 2018. And our director of community development, Rob here, did that effort. And, then the Marshall Fire happened. And maybe now is not the right time to really dig into those and see if those need adjusting. But you can see that really what would move the needle on fees in the general fund is building permit fees. All these other fees that we're collecting in the general fund resulted in $36,000 a year on average, and they're pretty insignificant. Even if we increase those fees significantly, it wouldn't move the needle much. It wouldn't change it. Now, most of those fees are indexed to inflation, and they are going up on a regular basis anyway. But it just really wouldn't change a lot to drive those fees up significantly. All right, let's jump into the general fund and look at the gap. The gap that we had in July, we told you was $7 million, upside down by $7 million, spending $7 million more than we actually had coming in to cover. And why was that? Well, personnel costs are increasing, salary and benefit costs are increasing every year. There was requests by all the department directors for 10.5 new FTEs, and of course those are split and allocated over multiple funds, but a net 10.5 new. And then there has been some increases in ongoing expenses. We have to cover those contractual increases. Like, for example, body cameras. That contract goes up a little bit every year. That's a state mandate. It's got to be done. We have to cover it. And then there were some one-time requests in this $7 million gap. Well, how did we close the gap? So we promised you that we would refine our revenue forecast. We would take a look again. And I want to highlight for you a couple of things changed since the Finance Committee meeting. So the picture got even a little bit better since the Finance Committee meeting. So one, property tax. The assessment came in from Boulder County Assessor's Office, and the number was a little higher than we actually had built into the 2025 budget. Now, we do know there's a whole bunch of activity going on with property tax. The governor is going to sign into law something that just got passed, House Bill 24B1001, in their special session. And that does not change the assessment rate for 2025. The assessment rate is 2024, taxes paid in 2025. It does not change that. It does not change the residential exemption. That's still $55,000 per resident. So it won't change the picture for 2025, but we don't know for 2026 yet. It's uncertain. We would need to watch and see if those ballot measures, Proposition 50 and 108, will those end up on the ballot or not? This deal was struck to try to make sure that those don't end up on the ballot, but we just don't know what we don't know yet. So it is possible it could suppress 2026 a little bit. It could serve to do that and moving forward as well. But here's the best we know about 25. We feel like this forecast is very achievable and realistic for 2025. The other thing that changed since the Finance Committee meeting was building permits and license fees. We worked with the Director of Community Development. He went back and looked at every single line item, and we just incorporated all of those permits and fees and the activity that he thinks is likely to happen in 2025. And so that improved that just a little bit, that portion of the forecast. What did we add? We've added stuff since the budget retreat. So in working with all of the directors and your city manager and thinking through what's going to happen in 2025, well, we know we have to do city manager recruitment. We also know from HR that it's likely the salary is going to have to be higher than it was based on a market survey. We also know that there's going to be an HR director recruitment, and that's going to cost money to do that recruitment. So HR believes we needed to add a little bit to their line item in order to handle that recruitment. Improving the website functionality for resident engagement. This is a multitude of programs, but an additional $20,000 was added for that. And then finally, working with the IT director and understanding how we're using Microsoft 365 licenses and making sure that we're in compliance and that we're paying for everything we're using, making sure firewall and other software licenses are at the appropriate levels, given the size of our city and how important cybersecurity is, added another $118,000 there as well. So that's what we added since July. Well, what did we change? What did we decrease? We've combined all the personal changes onto this slide, so the 10.5 new net new FTEs were pulled out. Market and merit adjustments are flat with the 2024 level. The plans examiner that was added for Marshall Fire has been vacant for a while. We do not think that full-time position is needed moving forward, so that was pulled out. The EDI manager position and a finance intern were pulled out. Now, all of these positions are vacant. They've been vacant for a while. No one's going to be harmed with this. We just think that we're okay to do without. Health insurance premiums, we believe, will be flat. HR has a lot of good intel on that. We initially thought they would be up 7%, but they're looking more and more like they're going to be flat for 2025. So that is good news. So where are the ongoing changes that were made? This is not personnel changes. This is just changes to line items and what has happened since the budget retreat. At the Finance Committee meeting, a council member suggested that perhaps vehicle replacements could be in the Capital Projects Fund, not necessarily the general fund. So we made that adjustment. So the first item here, for example, is moving vehicles slated for replacement out of the general fund and putting that vehicle and equipments into the Capital Project Fund, that expense. So as you step through each one of these, you see these changes that were made. Now I should point out, you will notice there's some things denoted with an asterisk, 1 or 2 asterisks. 1 asterisk means these are all the one-time things that you saw at the Finance Committee meeting have been moved to the one-time slide. We had a council member ask us to specifically draw out the one-time items. So all of that has been moved off these slides, and we'll get to those one-time slides in a minute. The second thing is anytime there's something new on here that is different than what you saw in the Finance Committee meeting, we've noted that with 2 asterisks to draw your attention that that's a change and that's new since our Finance Committee meeting. Credit card fees, a council member asked about this and was wondering if a policy change is implemented to have people pulling a building permit, a developer pulling a building permit, if we have them pay the credit card fees, does that mean more work for staff? Are we really not going to save that money? And in talking with the Director of Community Development, we don't believe that that policy switch is going to noticeably make a change in workload or bank fees. We believe that there is really an opportunity to save $45,000 in credit card fees. And then finally here, we removed a portion of a vehicle as one of those things that was allocated between the general fund and multiple funds. It was purchased in '24. We figured out it was actually budgeted in '24. The purchase has been made. It does not need to be in 2025. And this recovery and resilience program expansions, there's 2 asterisks by it. It's changed because it was a little bit of a higher dollar item at the Finance Committee, and we had personnel mixed in there. So we had to make sure that we're only looking at non-personnel stuff on these slides. And this rounds out the rest of the changes. There's a few new things on here. One, we did make a commitment to you that we would look at overhead. Now, we can't do all of that right now today. It cannot be done before the budget is adopted, but we can certainly make a commitment that's going to get looked at in the next year. What we did do was look at shared software, global software that if you are using a computer at the city, you're using this software. So we carved out what the utility funds is using of the shared software, and we'll be charging part of this recommendation is to charge the utility funds for that shared software cost. So $104,000, almost $105,000 to charge the utility funds for the shared software. Another change on here I want to point out is the property liability insurance, third from the bottom. HR really took a hard look, and they were thinking that maybe that would increase 15% in 2025, but after looking at it deeper, think that, and working with the broker, they feel like maybe 10%. Property liability insurance will only increase 10%, which is good news for the city. So saving some money there as well. Now, a council member asked us to break out the one-time request, so we've done that. We're showing you what we're recommending would be in, or what the city manager would recommend be in, versus what currently is pulled out. So this table right here shows you what's in, what would be proposed to be in. Left in the one-time, and we are recommending that council consider using fund balance for these one-time requests. The general fund has a healthy fund balance, significantly higher than is required by your reserve policy, and it makes sense if you feel these are valuable to use fund balance to cover these. Here's what was removed: the pilot innovation program, the sustainability action plan, one-time update, Pilot Bill Lewis Academy. Our traffic counts, which we found were duplication, right? Those are covered in the capital projects fund, so we don't need to also cover them in the general fund. And then some changes to the recovery resilience mitigation incentives. That currently would be proposed to be pulled out of the 2025 budget. So summarizing all the changes, we started with a $7 million gap. We refined our revenue forecast, sharpened our pencils, increased revenue by about 1.4 million doing that. We came up with some expense reductions of 3.5 million. Again, that was removing significantly the 10.5 FTEs, made a big dent in that. Some of those other ongoing changes led to this $3.5 million net expense reduction. We do know that the general fund tends to have operational turnback, and pretty conservatively, we're forecasting it to be 5.5%. We think it's likely to be higher than that. That's a pretty conservative estimate. Making a recommendation that the council would consider using fund balance for those one-time expenses leaves us today with a gap of $6,000. So much better than 7 million, getting really close to no gap at all. But this was a significant effort by all of the department directors to work towards this and get to this point.
Thank you, Interim Finance Director. So I do have the next two slides, and I'm going to take the opportunity to move up so she doesn't have to keep pressing them. So if council supports the recommendations we've made, the gap is now 6,000. This is a gap that is closable. I would also remind council that per your fiscal policies, the city's definition of a balanced budget requires each fund's revenue plus appropriated fund balance / working capital to be equal to or greater than each fund's total appropriations. So we can use fund balance if you so choose, though the policy also states that we do strive for that functional balance. And so that's what we've been working towards here. I'll also remind council that the future is uncertain. So there are things that may be coming online development-wise in 2026 that may impact our revenues positively. And so we may have the opportunity to revisit. There are also things that may impact the revenues negatively. The future is a little bit up in the air right now. I do want to remind council before we pause just to have some conversation about general fund of the guidance that the Finance Committee gave us. They asked us to strive for that structural balance while limiting major impacts to staff and major impacts to community programs, as well as being aware of reductions that might have greater risk. They asked us to use fund balance for remaining one-time items, and I'll just highlight one of the one-time items you see removed in 2025 is the Sustainability Action Plan. Right now, we're proposing a one-year delay, and we're proposing the possibility of doing that in 2026. That's something we could have more conversation about. Review overhead allocations to adjust as necessary by fund. As you heard from our Interim Finance Director, we started that process. That process is going to take a little bit more time for us to come to you thoughtfully, and so we would propose to move forward with what we have. And then if council is interested, we can take some time over the next year to review those overhead allocations and come back with more information on how that would impact the other funds. Because as you'll see tonight, we have some considerations in other funds to think through. You asked us to move the vehicle replacements to capital projects fund and to revisit fees. I do think that fees are another one of those areas where we started that conversation and we can do more on fees and things like that in 2025 if council's interested. So with that, I'd like to pause for a minute and just offer council to have some discussion time on the general fund. We've got staff here for questions if you have them, and then we'll pick up with the next fund when you're ready.
Right now, I want to ask council if we have any questions for staff. Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. I was just curious about a couple of things. The land code rewrite that's in here from the general fund, is that needed in 25 and in 26, or can we parse it through 2 years instead of it all coming out of 25?
So the reason we always do it in 1 year is you typically enter the contract and you have to be budgeted to enter into the contract, and then we roll it over year to year. So I think trying to enter into a contract without having the funds allocated could be the issue, because we're not assured that those funds will be approved the following year.
Okay. Darn, okay. And then with the mitigation incentives, it was it's not a lot, it's only $20,000 decrease, but I was curious to see how that was going to be impacting our community with some of the efforts moving forward in mitigation.
Yeah, that's a great question. So it would be a new program that we've not done before, but the idea is there are some mitigation incentives out there. There's a Junk Your Junipers incentive that people know of. Well, the idea was the city could develop a program to offer additional incentives to support things like Firewise home efforts. So program is not developed yet, though if council wanted to approve that budget, that's something that we would work on.
And there are quite a few, it looks like, improvements to the recovery and resilience programs, but those would not include any mitigation, or there are some, or incentive programs rather, not just mitigation, but are there incentive programs that are tied into what you are suggesting be part of recovery and resiliency program increases?
No, at this point in time, we have not included any additional incentive programs that the city runs into the budget for 2025. That would be an expansion of current services.
So if we could just kind of maybe what are some of the things that the community would be expecting in 25 from this increase and of the recovery and resilience budget or added to it?
Yeah, so one of the things that we did as a city, when we added these two partially grant-funded positions, we didn't actually budget any line item costs for them. So we added positions without budgeting for training, or printing or any just sort of the baseline materials and things. So the budget that we've added right now is quite modest to allow those staff members to train and also order materials, swag, and things like that so they can exhibit and do the education programs and community efforts that we've asked them to do.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff? Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, I just want to check my understanding on something. On slide 10, we show building permit fees for 23 being about 3.5 million. And then on slide 13, for revenue changes, I think I see more like 1.5 million. What am I missing?
I think a big part of that is Marshall.
I think you got to push the base of the stick, microphone stick.
I see what you mean, sorry. So I think the big difference is Marshall Fire fees. So we have been collecting a lot of additional building permit fees for Marshall Fire. We're about 90% through that project of collecting fees. So we've got some more, but once we get into next year, we're not expecting significant fees from the Marshall Fire rebuild. So if you look at previous years, previous to Marshall Fire, and you look at how we're estimating, we feel like it's a conservative estimate, but a realistic estimate was the 1.4 million versus the 3 million with all the Marshall Fire permits.
Got it. And so that being the case, does it make sense now to revisit building permit fees that were set in 18?
Yeah, so building permit fees are a little different than other fees. And we compared ourselves to other communities in 2018. The difference is it's based on the value of the project. So as construction inflation goes up, we can apply the same formula and our fees are going to go up with construction inflation. So it's already got an inflator built into it. Doesn't mean we don't need to adjust our fees. We do have minimum valuations that we adopt each year. Since 2018, we have increased those. So it's worth looking at, but I think our fee structure may still be good, but we're happy to look at it in the coming years.
Yeah, so long story short, we're not going to pick up all the inflation that's occurred since 2018 because it's already, in a sense,
We're already,
indexed.
yes.
Very helpful, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Okay, why don't, if we're pausing on this piece, then I think I'd like to insert some public comment. There'll be sort of a couple of places to do that here, but I think while we're on general fund, I think it probably would behoove us to get a little bit of public comment. So if you have comments around what we've discussed so far or what the staff has presented so far, please provide a card to our clerk. And do we have any, please?
First up is Helen Moshak, followed by Josh Cooperman.
Yeah, I'm going to do it that way because I think it's better to, I'm not going to bar people from doing it twice. This is important enough that we really need to get it. Yeah. But you only get a minute and a half to speak.
I'll talk really fast.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Helen Moshak. I'm a Louisville resident, and I just wanted to start with just talking about our Labor Day parade, which was really amazing. We had over 50 groups celebrating and advocating for Labor Day and causes like unions, social justice, affordable housing, better health, insurance, gun control, environmental causes, even people out there dressed as bees celebrating being a bee city. And there were thousands of people cheering us on. And it just did my heart good. It just made me, one of the cheers we were yelling was, it is good. Louisville is a great place to be, was one of the cheers we were yelling. And we had such great responses from people about that. But I really struggle with how our budget looks right now, and that we're not living up to that sort of, that community spirit, the community priorities that we have. In our budget priorities, EDI and sustainability are right there on top. And we're struggling with the budget on how do we balance for that. And I can appreciate that staff did a great job of getting down and really working through departmental budgets to get us in that ballpark for balancing the budget. But if we are still cutting the EDI manager after only 18 months of having that position exist, the task force started in 20, wrote the report in 21, we finally got the manager position in 23, and 18 months later, we're cutting that position. And I'm sad, I'm alarmed that we can't be a community that just talks the talk and then backs away from it. This is hard work to do. We have to make the investment as a community. And I think it's the same for sustainability, that we can't be, there's about $383,000 in sustainability program elements that we're cutting. When that budget is gone, we know how hard it is to get back. Those elements may not be perfectly what we want, but I have a lot of confidence in our city staff for when that budget is in place and protected, that we're going to be able to do good things for sustainability across this city. And we really need to do it, that $2.2 million for solar panels. You know, when I walk through the neighborhoods and see the vast, many, I would say majority of houses have solar panels in Louisville, and our government buildings are naked. And that just blows me away that the civic leadership is actually happening at the citizen level. And we need to step up as a community and get solar panels on our buildings. And so I think I really worry about us just walking the walk or talking the talk and not walking the walk, because I know we can do it. We had a parade around it. People were marching. So I just want to say that, and I'll keep saying it, and you'll hear from me every way I can.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Any more public comments in the hopper?
Josh Cooperman.
Thanks.
Josh Cooperman, I live in Louisville. I'll keep my comment short to just address the portions of the portions that have been presented so far. I would echo a lot of what Helen just said. I'm just going to make one suggestion. If you decide that it's necessary to cut the EDI manager position, which I hope you don't, but if you do, I would suggest that you take up one of the EDI task force's other suggestions, which is to establish an advisory board on EDI. And I think by establishing that, wouldn't really impact the budget, but it would sort of set the stage for bringing back in an EDI manager position, perhaps in a better situation than when we did previously. So that's all I wanted to say right now. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Josh. Any other public comment? All right, let's go back to council comments. I want to, I'd like to, on this piece of it, the general fund piece, I'd like to start by saying that I really, really appreciate the lifting that's happened since the budget retreat. I think I and other council members were pretty frustrated at the budget retreat. I think that a lot of work has been done to get us back on track, and I really appreciate that. I appreciate members of the public that have commented on that. Often, you know, we don't have any comments from the public on the budget, and it's kind of the most important thing that we do, really, except maybe hiring and having and supervising our city manager. But I really appreciate that. Good work. For everybody who was involved in that process, hats off. The second thing is that, I guess what I would prefer to do is to have folks, rather than pick away at any given part, if there are parts of, or excuse me, pick away at things one at a time or otherwise, to just raise issues that I have with any of the presentation that has happened just now. And I guess the final thing is just to actually toss it to Councilmember Hefner, who's the chair of our Finance Committee and has been doing a lot of this work. I think deserves, along with this committee, a great deal of our thanks too for working collaboratively with our staff and asking tough questions and helping to guide that process a little bit so that when we met again today, we would have a document that was really much closer to being a final document. So, Councilmember Hefner, do you have thoughts?
I'll echo your thanks for everyone who's put so much work into this. Reducing a budget gap of $7 million to $6,000 is no small feat. I think that's real money to most people, and certainly the people who pay taxes in Louisville most of all. So thank you, Interim City Manager Fox, Interim Finance Manager Ostrom, Mahiar, good to have you back, Director Bailey, and all of the other folks in city management who have had to make hard choices about their own individual budgets and the budgets for their staff and on down the line, which is really where a lot of the hard work happened. I am encouraged about where we are and am confident that we'll get where we need to go. If I could use the rest of this time for a question, which is, I think we heard some public comments about the EDI manager position, and as I understand it, we're not eliminating the position. We're leaving it vacant for, the foreseeable, for 25 essentially. And maybe City Manager Fox, you could speak a little more to what we are doing, what we're not doing, and sort of the city's broader commitment to EDI, which I think we all agree is an important issue.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. So that's a great question, and there is no easy decisions when it comes to reducing a budget like this. We know that we presented you a full every request budget. That doesn't mean any of the requests were bad or easy to remove, right? So these are hard decisions, and I appreciate you being part of this process with us. So we are proposing right now to eliminate the EDI manager position. What you spoke to is we could just hold it vacant and leave it on the books. That's a possibility that would have the same funding outcome if council is interested in that. And then council, we could at a future budget date, should we have the opportunity to do a supplemental amendment or in future budgets, depending on how things look, fill that position again based on what we had. This does not mean that we are not committed to EDI as an organization or that we are removing all of the EDI budget. In fact, we have, I believe it's about 100,000 in the line items for EDI to help us supplement programming at the city. And when I think about the task force report, I think of how broad EDI is there. It's some of the internal things that we've been working on, but it's also many external things. It's housing, it's accessibility, it's cultural awareness and making sure that we're incorporating that into our programming. And these are things that show up in council's goals and we're working to incorporate into our everyday business as an organization. So I think that we can still commit to EDI without this position. Certainly it's always helpful if you do have more staffing capacity, but I think we can still commit. I'm happy to answer further questions.
Thanks. Did I see a hand? Are you Go ahead. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I appreciate the struggle, and again, another echo of amazing work from everyone I know. This is really, really difficult. And in some ways, it's very easy to be up here and say, hey, just cut a little bit more. And that's hard direction to give, but it's not nearly as hard as actually like, okay, well, I'm going to pick some things to do. So I'm happy we were able to do some math to get us closer and then some hard decisions. I think on the EDI piece, you know, so I think there's room for it. I think one mistake that I believe we're making as a council is making these final cuts, for instance, like the EDI position, in an effort to have a structurally balanced budget when we have millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars in our fund balance. And so we can't spend that fund balance down without doing things beyond a balanced budget. So if we look at those graphs now and we show a balanced budget, the fund balance is not going to drop, right? We're not going to lose any money on our fund balance. We have so much money sitting in the fund balance that if we said in 2025, we're okay using $500,000 of our fund balance to not make some choices that we really don't want to make. That's not a choice we want to make, and we're only making it to get to a balanced budget. Totally appreciate the concept of a balanced budget, but when you have, you know, $10 million extra dollars in the fund, what is that for, if not the rainy day year where we don't really have the revenue compared to our income? So when we make decisions that are going to drive us to zero 5 years from now, that's a major problem. And so I think that, you know, sort of these solutions that are not trickery, but ways of trying to get through this is like moving the vehicles from the general fund to the capital fund isn't cheating. That's understanding that that's a reasonable way to describe that purchase. I don't want to call the EDI manager a one-time expense. That's not accurate, right? That wouldn't be a true description of that position. So unless you're willing to say we could decide to use X amount of our fund balance to create a balanced budget for the year, we need to take $500,000 from our fund balance to create a balanced budget. I think that's a responsible, thoughtful, and precise way of managing what is a deficit this year. We have an Alfalfa's that is now full with a Shamrock. We have a Church that's now going to be full with a Relish. We have a Lowe's, a vacant Lowe's that's going to be full with a King Stewart's Marketplace. Maybe not all those things January 2025, but we have some really positive economic pieces coming our way. Development of Red Tail, which will be slow and long, but still, we have so many positive financial indicators that I think this year, 2025, we could afford a $500,000 deficit covered by our fund balance. So if we're willing to have that conversation, then I say we don't eliminate the EDI position, for instance. There's a couple of things that we might want to add back in. Or we're happy with where we got, but we certainly don't need to cut more, or we can leave it as a vacant position if we find someone that's great. And again, the maybe not last thing I'll say today, but doing finance myself and budgets myself and forecasting myself, one of the rules I live by is every forecast is wrong. That's just a fact. You will never have a forecast that's right. It's impossible. The goal is to have it as close to right as possible and accurate as best you can, but it'll never be right. So when we're dealing with 6,000 here or 50,000 there, we're joking ourselves if we think we've done it, because we don't actually know what our expenses are going to be. We don't actually know what our revenue is going to be, and it definitely won't be any of the numbers that we saw today, except for maybe property taxes. Those are kind of iron, but collecting them even, right? So it's just we have to be thoughtful, and I think we've done that. I think we've been incredibly thoughtful, and $7 million would not have worked as let's just spend that in the general fund. So we needed to do the work we did, and I'm so glad you guys all did, and I thank the Finance Committee, which I'm no longer on, for all your hard work in getting us here. I would just like to really throw that out there as an alternative solution for these final pieces is to set a number that we're willing, and we can ask staff what it would be a reasonable number, but a number we're willing to use from our general fund in 2025, planned, not just overrun, but but a solid number that we're comfortable losing out of our general fund just for 2025. So that's, I'll rest there, if you will.
I'm going to jump in, and I appreciate that, your thought there, Mayor Pro Tem. I think, though, I'm not willing to do that. I think we need to be really mindful, and I don't want to kind of rain on any parade, having just enjoyed one yesterday. But I think that I've heard enough, and others have probably as well, heard some discussions of potential recession. And I don't know whether we're going to have to deal with that. So I don't look at our current state as necessarily being, I don't see our state as necessarily being ready to dip into the rainy day funds, which are the reserves that we have for this purpose. But I mean, that's what you've articulated as a reasonable position. I just think that I'm maybe a little bit more conservative on that. And I think the way that staff has presented this to us, I think is right. I want to, I guess, highlight a couple of things that I think one of the things that's really important is that our staff is working very hard and has been, and I want to, I think, thank the Finance Committee for emphasizing this. I think it's worth our emphasizing that it's important to show support, in this and not be cutting staff as a way of getting to a budget here. I think those decisions have to be made on their own merits, but I don't, I'm glad that we are at least dealing with the current staff and going to hold the, I guess, flat line for 2025. And I appreciate that. Third, I do think that revenue in the system is going to lift all of these hard questions, not all of them. There's always hard questions in budgeting, but more tax revenue generated by businesses in this community are going to help this all the way along, all the programs that we have, everything we've talked about. And we've been working really hard to make that happen. That's something that I heard over and over and over in my campaign last year from residents. They want that. They need that. They understand the impact of it. And we are little by little, step by step, achieving that. And that's going to make a difference. And I'm hopeful that even if we have a bit of a dip in the economy, that we're going to end up with better numbers next year. But I think it's good to be conservative, more conservative, with an eye to really working hard to try to make the revenue happen, at least the conditions for letting that revenue build. And I guess my sense is I'm not ready in all of this. This may sound, sounds contradictory, but I'm not ready to cut the EDI position and say we're going to eliminate it. I think it's important to say that this year we're not going to fund it. And that at the same time, to be honest about that, if that's what we're going to do. And I think it's very important to, and Helen mentioned it in her comments, and she's mentioned it pretty eloquently in the emails that she sent to us, which I very much appreciate. And I've heard this, and I believe it myself, that we are doing a lot of or taking steps in EDI that are not, we're not necessarily telling a good story as to what we are actually doing. There are, as our interim city manager said, there are a variety of internal facing and external facing EDI pieces that are going right now. And comp plan is a piece of that. Housing is a piece of that. Program through Cultural Services, which is doing a remarkable job to bring these values that are articulated by us, that have been articulated in the task force recommendations, to some fruition. Is it enough? No, it's not. It's not. And I have hopes that we're going to be able to expand that. I also think that there's a question, and it's a legitimate question. I've heard this from several council members, and I've heard it from a lot of community members. Do we really need a person? Is that the best expenditure of money? Or is it better to be pushing EDI into every single decision that we're making? And that's a legitimate question. It's something that I think we're going to continue to struggle with, but it's just an ongoing struggle. The EDI issues are not going away. And I don't want that position to go away, because we need to have a policy discussion about that. But I do think we need to explain to the public, and we need to demonstrate to the public through the funds that we do have in that area, and we do have in other pots that aren't in EDI specifically, but are spread out through our entire budget, that help to show and help to bring to reality the efforts that we were making and achieve the goals that I think very capable folks on that task force reach. So that's an awful lot on EDI, but I think it's really important as a symbolic gesture, but not just that. That I think we need to be wrestling with this in the future. I'm not willing to cut that, at least if I'm one vote of 7, but I think that's the better way to go. I think one other thing I wanted to raise, and then I'll quit, is we had a discussion with the Louisville Revitalization Commission, which I also serve on. So I have a hard time saying we, I have like a pronoun issue here, because it's not just, me talking about they, the members of the LRC, because I'm on that commission and I wear both hats. But I wanted to ask if you would bring up the slide that talks about the South Street underpass. And I can find that.
Mayor, if I may.
Point of
It's
order.
all right, it's capital improvements.
Yep, we'll
Let's
get there
wait.
for sure.
Let's wait. Thanks. Everybody gasped. He's jumping ahead. No. Thank you. We'll come back to that. Do you want to resume? If we have other things on general fund to talk about, you could respond to the comment that I just made. Obviously, we should get a sense of that. Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
I would agree with what you just said about all of the efforts for EDI to be incorporated in everything that the city does. And I would also like to do the same for sustainability issues and have that incorporated in every decision the city makes. We're going to, if you're proposing that we continue the EDI position to next year, I would also propose that we continue the sustainability action plan for next year also, so that it's not dropped from the budget entirely, but just postponed.
Yes, Councilmember Hafner.
I'll agree. I think the sustainability plan is being carried to 26. Is that right?
Currently it is.
And I'll just agree with the mayor's comments on taking a conservative approach. I am hopeful that it'll, midway through next year, we'll have a windfall of new sales tax and come up with all kinds of great ways to spend it. But until then, I think a conservative approach makes the most sense. And on fund balance, I'll just say, we are spending $600,000 out of fund balance for one-time expenses, which I think is an appropriate use of that money. But $600,000 out of a little less than 10 million is, a meaningful chunk.
Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. I just was hoping that the interim city manager could speak to the expansion, though, that we do have in the budget, in the general fund, for the sustainability service program, because I think it's still good for everyone to understand that we're not, it sounds like we're eliminating something, but we're actually expanding the sustainability program with some of these things by almost $200,000. And I think it's really good that we are continuing this and not eliminating, but just postponing for a little bit, hopefully not too long, some of the other components.
Yeah, so it's important to remember that sustainability comes from two sources. It comes from our general fund, it comes from bag tax revenue as well. So we've got programs that are doing bag tax revenue. We did reduce most of the sustainability expansions, but we've kept this program going and we're keeping decarb going for next year. So next year, we'll actually see more sustainability activities and initiatives happening throughout the organization. And the community. And council may remember we increased some of the rebates mid-year for sustainability this year. And so right now those are proposed in the budget as well, as my understanding.
Yep, Mayor Pro Tem.
Either of you can answer this depending on who's got the most recent information, but just general number, what's our required general fund balance? Like 4 million, 3 million?
Mayor Pro Tem, we've got two reserves in the general fund. 15% is the minimum, and our target's 25%. Mahiar, if you could pull it up, or at least correct me if I'm wrong. I want to say our target reserve in the general fund is 7.5 million.
And the minimum's like 5 then, or something?
I'm going to say 4.5 to 5. 4.2.
So minimum requirement is 4.2. Target, the goal, aspiration is 7.5, and what is our actual?
I want to say our current is about 13 million is what we're projecting.
Cool. So, again, I'm just like, and we can't fund one of our top priorities. Like EDI is one of our top priorities. I'm sorry, I'm just emotional because I met every month for a year with the task force after it stopped. And the thing we worked on for a year was getting a manager hired. And that was their number one priority. Everything came after that. They don't have the impact. They don't have the way into our city. They don't have the person to drive that goal. Now, it might be that the person we want to hire in that position is an expert in affordable housing, or the person we want to hire is an expert in some other piece that also helps us in something else we do. But to not fund the position that is the leader of one of our top 5 priorities as a council makes no sense to me. I get that we're having a budget shortfall. That's not where we cut. And I think we can spend $100,000 of our $6 million that we have extra above our target, not our minimum, above our target. We have another $5.5 million, and we're going to spend half of it, 600. I think we can spend $100,000 more, or whatever that position is, to hire that position. It's too important, and I apologize for getting emotional. One thing I will say, just because I am, is that I really appreciate all of you. I really appreciate working with all of you, and I absolutely don't doubt any of your intention, your heart, your passion for EDI. We talk about it all the time. So I am not calling into question any of your commitment to EDI. I really want you to know that and hear that. And it's worth me saying out loud that I am not doing that. I just think we can find that money for this position this year, and I don't think we need to delay it at all. And so I'm sorry I've already spoken on it. And I know, so I'm speaking on it again, but I just really, really want us to reconsider that.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to see how council responds to this. The discussion was leaning towards not eliminating, but postponing to 26. I think we have some work to do to figure out what happened before. How do we not repeat those mistakes, and or how do we set the next individual up for stellar success in this organization? So I would propose that we use this year to evaluate how do we go about this differently than we did the first time around. So use it not as a delay to stagnate, but more as a delay to improve our chances of success the next time around.
Councilmember.
And I think we also need to remember we are in the process of hiring a new full-time city manager who will have a huge impact on that department.
This is, and Mayor Pro Tem, I appreciate that. We started this work in 2020. We said at that time that we didn't want a plan to sit on the shelf, that we wanted real change. I think I am not comfortable that we've made strides. I think we haven't told the story as well as we need to, and frankly, it would be a good thing at some point for staff, if time permits, to actually pull out from other parts of the budget that we have some better, more accurate estimate of the money that we have budgeted, the money that's being used and been used, the money that will be used for these issues. I think what I'm struggling with, we are in a tight year, and that shouldn't necessarily end the inquiry. I think there is a good point about did we do it right the first time? I think there are plenty of people, including members of the task force, who would say we did not do it right the first time. And maybe in the sense of we didn't set that person up for success very well. And I don't think we are alone in that. Many communities have gone through this, and many have fallen on their faces and given up entirely. I'm not willing to give up. And Mayor Pro Tem said that a little stronger tone, and I think that's fine to do. I wonder whether here's sort of, if you will, a compromise that maybe I'll just throw out, at least as a concept. The idea would be that we put money aside in that budget, that we pull it from, I guess I'm mixing capital budget in here, but we've talked about this. I've talked about this with others. We've talked about taking money that would otherwise be spent on some of the paving program that we've got. But to be able to not necessarily fund the position, but to fund the function and figure out what the money might be spent for, but to commit to it by putting money in the budget for that. I don't know what the amount is, but the idea would be that it might well be for a position, but it might be for, when we're talking about evaluating how we set EDI up for success, or a person in that position up for success, that we have the money there to do that, if need be. That's a possibility, and I throw it out as a concept to see what y'all think. Yeah, Councilmember Fahey.
I think some money should be set aside from the reserve fund or from something. But I think that the actual hiring of a new EDI director should be left up to the new city manager. And whoever that turns out to be may have excellent ideas or plans that could be part of our criteria in hiring our new city manager. What do you know about EDI development and programming? But I think that the hiring should be done by the new city manager whenever that occurs.
Other comments? Councilmember Hefner.
And I'll just say, as to the question on funding the position, I'm happy to do it if we can find that amount of money on a recurring basis somewhere else. I mean, the reason our financial policy says what it says is because if you start funding recurring expenses that happen every year out of fund balance, you start to drain your fund balance very quickly, and there's no new revenue to account for those recurring expenses. So, if we can find that money in a recurring expense that we can cut, or if we can find that money in new recurring revenue, I'm all ears. But doing a recurring expense out of a fixed pot of money, I think, is what our financial policy is set up to help us avoid.
I'm not sure we have really resolution around this necessarily. I wonder, we need to figure out the gap.
I think we should move on.
Yeah. We can come back as we might need to, but I don't want to let this, we're not resolved on this issue yet, but let's move on and come back.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Appreciate the feedback on that, and definitely we'll keep a close eye on all revenues going forward, constantly revisiting our revisions, so we'll keep a close eye on that. I'll be talking this evening about our second of three funds, the Parks Fund, newly created this year. Since the August 15th Finance Committee finance staff, park staff, and CMO staff have collaboratively worked towards presenting a workable option for 25 and 26, which would preserve current service levels. Our longer-term outlook, ongoing expenses do exceed ongoing revenues within this fund. I will revisit a projection from earlier this year. That was kind of an early marking point that highlighted this issue very early on. There were some talks during the task force as well about some concerns about splitting the revenue evenly, with parks having a larger operation budget than open space. Also during those task force, it was roughly 50-50 in expenses. Going back to 2016, this was largely driven by differences in capital expenses. So the ratio historically for parks versus open space was about 2-to-1 operationally. So there were some inklings that this could be potential. Very early this year, we did some analysis. I'll share that again on the next slide. We're seeing slowing sales tax growth, so that's factored in 2024 and proceeds out in 25 and 26. That's impacting this fund, which gets a large share of its revenue from sales tax. Again, the impact of how to see Measure C, the successful measure, define the split between the two funds. And this fund, like a few other funds, also was relying on turnback or would need additional general fund subsidy. Parks capital has been moved to the capital projects fund. This does lift some expenses out of that fund. Here's a chart that was prepared very early this year, January, February. It was preliminary, presented to Finance Committee in late February and to your council on March 5th. If I could do this again, I would switch to colors, but on the left-hand side, red is revenue and blue are expenses. Your Y column has dollars. Your X column has the kind of revenue or expense. So 2024, your parks budget is balanced. You have a balanced budget this year. We did this as we were pulling these two parks to fund. Now, it is kind of challenging to see these colors, but they are important. On the left-hand side, we have sales tax, sales and use tax, the transfer, and fund balance usage. Generally, you'll see fund balance paying for capital expenses. As we look out into this projection, you see that there are no capital expenditures. At this time, back in early 2024, we weren't sure how they would fund their capital expenses. They are not in this model. I also didn't know what their capital expenses were going to be at that time as we prepare that during the CFP process. But this was one of the early inklings that kind of showed that pulling these two funds apart may have an issue, may have an impact on the Parks Fund. Again, this was January, February, preliminary information. Now as we've sharpened our pencils developing this budget, we are seeing a pretty similar story. This was relatively spot on. Going back to the budget retreat, end of July for 2025, revenues, largely sales and use tax, the general fund transfer in total about 2.6 million. Operating expenses were at 3.1. Projected turnback at 6%, about 190. So your gap for 2025 was about $250,000. We have since shifted the parks capital projects to the capital fund. We've also taken your feedback to close this gap without increased general fund subsidy. Here are the next 2 years revised. Your beginning fund balance projected at January 1, 2025, a little $500,000. Projected revenue, 1.6 million. The general fund transfer going to the Parks Fund only, $1.05 million. Operating expenses, about 2.8 million. Our expected turn back of 6%. You're actually adding $31,000 to your fund balance in 2025. 2026, similar story. You're spending it down by about 50,000. So both of these years, you are in compliance with the 15% minimum reserve in this fund. So it is deemed structurally balanced. And how do we get there? So here's what we did. Finance and city manager, but largely the credit goes to the Parks Department. We refined our revenue forecasts. We sharpened our pencils on sales and use tax. We also shifted the impact fee to the capital fund along with the capital expenses. Vehicle replacements were shifted to the capital fund. This reduced expenses in Parks Fund, increased in the capital fund. The new FTEs and health premiums saved another 84,000. We aligned water use to more historical trends. That's about 47,000. And we adjusted the Bridge House contract roughly in half from 90s to high 40s, I want to say. This helped us arrive at a structurally balanced for 25 and 26 in the Parks Fund. That's for 25 and 26. Looking forward, we're going to have to continue to seek efficiencies in operations to help ensure the long-term sustainability of the fund. This fund, like many others, personnel costs grow faster than revenue. And this fund, like some others, the Parks Fund does require operational turnback to stay balanced. Again, this means we shifted the parks capital expenses to the capital fund. This allows council to review all capital projects and prioritize them based off our community's needs. I will pause there as that is the end of the parks component of this presentation. We have one more fund after this, but if you have any questions on parks, I'd be happy to answer them.
Please proceed.
At this time, I will hand it over to
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, we will continue. I will hand off this component of the presentation to our analyst, Mahiar Mansour-Abadi.
Hello, council members. Let's talk capital project fund. All right. So we're going to revisit where capital project funds were at. This was looking back at our July budget retreat. So over here, we're looking at this table. We've got revenue and transfers coming into the capital fund, about $13.2 million coming in. And you guys, this is for 2025, by the way. Operating expenses is ongoing. It's about almost 600,000. Total requests that we had initially came out to $29.4 million. And then we have a transfer out going to the recreation fund, which was about $160,000 a year. That left us with a gap of about $16.9 million. And for a breakdown of, okay, what made that 16.9, we had 12.3 million in pavement. Decarb was 7.8 million of it. And then between maintenance items and new capital, 4.3, 5.1 million. We'll take a high-level look at what staff did to close the gap, and then look at the changes at a finer scale. Staff collaborated to create a viable 2025-2026 CIP plan. CMO, department, and finance staff evaluated timing of capital projects to ensure maintenance of city assets and decarbonization were prioritized. Grant funding was maximized to leverage city funds. And Marshall Fire impacted roads were incorporated into the ongoing pavement program. And finally, as Ryder mentioned earlier, Parks capital requests were incorporated and brought into the capital projects fund. All right, so closing that $16.9 million gap. So how do we close that? So we refined our revenue forecast. This include updating sales and use tax projection, grant revenues, LRC bond, interest earnings, and moved impact transfer fees from the Parks Fund over to the Capital Fund. Those do have to be spent on capital projects. And that netted us an increase of $7.1 million. The big lift here was really grant money and LRC, making about $5.1 million of that. Next, we removed new FTEs. Heard us talking about this earlier in the general fund. Same thing with capital. So removed new FTEs, and then we got updates on our health premiums. They're flat, same as what Maria said in the general fund. So that saved us about $107,000 ongoing. And finally, we adjusted capital projects plan. That was about a $9 million in saving for 2025. And the next two slides, we'll actually go over what that looks like and what changed. All right, so this is gonna be a two-part slide. So it's the first part, and then I'll go up to the second part. But really the big stuff that pops out here was, for example, Marshall Fire resurfacing, about $7.2 million of that. Like I said, incorporated that to our ongoing pavement program. And then another big one was police and court decarb, pulling out the solar from those, saved us about $1.5 million. Going on. All right, another big one, library decarb, pulling out the solar. And then some other stuff that we did per guidance was, and you guys heard this in the general fund, was moving some of those vehicles out of the general fund, bringing them over to the capital projects fund. You can see it right over there. So that's where we get that $9 million difference. And then right at the bottom, you guys, this is talking about parks capital that we moved over. Those numbers are your reference numbers. So if you ever want to look back to see what individual CIPs are, just look at that number on the side and it'll align with the forms we had at the budget retreat. we made some updates since the Finance Committee based off of the direction provided by Council. You asked us to add back in the affordable housing project. So we brought that back in. That was $2 million designated for unknown prospective projects. So those are back in. The next thing was paving program. So we actually brought that up from the $4 million we showed you guys at the Finance Committee up to $5 million and growing on the out years. This does incorporate the Marshall Fire paving into the regular program, which is $5 million. And we had a question at the Finance Committee, which was, hey, how much do we think we're going to have at the end of 2024 in our ongoing pavement program? Director Kurt said we're estimating it about $1.5 million. And then decarb, solar removed from library, police and court, and city services. That was a $2.2 million reduction. And then the other big thing that we changed was LRC bond funding. So we had it originally set at 7.25, as voted in, got 10 million. All right, so here we have our revised capital projects fund budget. So essentially here, you guys, we've got 2025, 2026. Right here, we've got beginning fund balance, revenue, transfers from impact fee coming in, our operating expenses, capital expenses, transfer to rec fund. So this is where our projected ending fund balance will be. That carries into 2026. And as I said, that includes all of the parks planned CIP programs, brought it over to capital fund. All right, so looking at capital projects fund decarb. So we'll go over kind of what the decarb entails. So total decarb spending over 6 years, we're estimating that to be around $9.8 million. 6.4 of that will be in 2025, and we'll have a table at the next slide that kind of shows that by year. In terms of how much is this, how are we going to pay for this? So we had $5.4 million in grant funding. That's DOLA, HEHA, PBAG, and Charge Ahead, and $4.4 million in sales and use tax funding. Now, you guys, this is money that was already allocated for it, so this isn't an additional cost that we're asking for. This was already part of our 2024 CIP program. We're just going to carry that money forward into this. And this is going to include replacing end-of-life HVAC systems at City Hall, Recreation Center, Police and Court, and Library. There was some discussion of, hey, didn't we just replace one of those? These are just going to replace the end-of-life units, not the ones that were, not the one that was just recently replaced, let's say, in Police and Court. And it does include solar for the Recreation Center. This table shows all decarb work broken by year and location. For example, we've got like citywide EV, how much that's going to cost in 2025. The rec center is right over there. So it just breaks out by year and total cost per city building. All right, so next big CIP we had, you guys, is the South Street Underpass. Total project cost for 2025 is about $1.2 million. The total cost for this project comes out to about 10.3. Between LRC bond and Dr. Cog grant and IGA, net city cost is going to be about $4.3 million. That is incorporated into our model, but that is how much funding the city's going to have to allocate for these. Next is looking at the downtown vision plan. It's about a $9 million project with that money being, with that revenue coming in from the LRC bond. So net city cost not going to cost the city anything. And then next we're going to look at maintenance items, and then we'll look at new items as well. This is essentially just listing out what these individual CIPs are, what their cost is going to be in 2025. As I said before, request numbers on the side, these associate with the documents we provided to you guys at the budget retreat. Second page, just continuing, we called out the parks CIP that we pulled over, so if you guys want to identify what those are, they're listed right over here. The total maintenance items in 2025 comes out to $3.5 million. And then next, we'll look at new items funded. So new items, same thing, request numbers. The ones that you guys see here, it says new, new, new. These are the ones we pulled over from the general fund. Now, the police fleet plan, it has 121, says new. That was in your guys' initial packet at the budget retreat. Did not live in the capital fund. That was in the general fund and was paid by the fleet fund. Pulled it over, called it out for you guys, but total for 2025 new items is coming out to about $1.2 million. All right, so path forward for the capital projects fund, prioritizing maintenance of city assets, decarbonization projects, which is repairing and replacing end-of-life systems while maximizing use of grant funds. Incorporate parks capital to the capital projects fund. As Ryder mentioned, the parks fund doesn't have any money to spend on capital, so we had to pull that in over to the capital projects fund. This allows city council to review and prioritize based off of community needs and desires. And preserve, set aside for potential affordable housing projects. So that was that $2 million project that you guys asked us to bring that back in. And then finally, maintaining paving program at or near current level. So we had the $5 million included in the 2025 budget. We do expect around an additional $1.5 million to be available from 2024 expected turnback. And our goal is going to be a PCI index, or excuse me, a PCI of about 70 or better. Currently, we're about 75 right now.
So thank you, Mahir, and thank you, Council. I think this is a great place to pause and have any questions you have about the capital fund.
Go ahead. Councilmember Fahey.
I want to first say that this looks amazing. Took a lot of work, and I am thrilled to hear that there will be solar panels on the rec center. I hope to see them on the library soon and City Hall. In the long run, that will save the city money. And we can also charge our electric vehicles. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's take public comment. Do we have any public comment on?
Thank you. My name's Helen Moshak, Louisville resident. It's really interesting to hear about these different strategies about moving money from the general fund, charges from operating to the capital fund. Some of them appear to be one-time, some of them appear to be recurring. Those parks charts, I don't know what's happening with the police. We're spending $455,000 on vehicle replacement for the police, $578,000 on capital for parks that looks like it's in perpetuity. At least parks projects are going to be added on for until time to be decided. There's a park vehicle for $70,000, so that adds up to $648,000. It looks like it was about $1.1 million in just moving vehicle replacements to the capital fund, and yet we can't find $117,000 for an EDI manager. We've got these strategies for the capital fund, and we can't make it happen for $117,000, 10% of what we're spending on vehicles. Police said they could reduce their vehicle replacement rate from 5 to 3. Can't we do that across the board? We've got to do these priorities. The task force of people convened with marginalized identities, not a group, a big group of white people standing around telling each other how to fix this system that we have benefited from for all our lives for hundreds of years in this country. We had a task force full of people. We are not listening to them. We don't want to have a commission that's full-time. They said the top priority is to have a leader with appropriate support, resources, and decision-making power. It's not our job to figure this out. It's our job to listen, and it's our job to do what people with marginalized identities can tell us what to do. We are dripping, we are breathing, we are swimming in privilege. We need to do the work to empower those people, and we need a leader to lead us, and we need it to happen now, not in a year's time, not holding a budget, not waiting, not prioritizing $1 million in vehicles. We need to get our priorities straight. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen.
Josh Cooperman, I live in Louisville. I want to start out with just two small items, just to get them through. I noticed that there was a reduction in our contract with the Bridge House, which, as I understand, provides employment for people who are homeless or possibly transitioning to housing. I think that's a great program, and I would like us to be able to support it. If we can support it more, I think that would be even better. Second, there is a proposal to replace the inline skate park with pickleball courts. I know there's great demand for pickleball courts, and I'm sure that the Recreation Advisory Board has discussed this. I wonder, though, if you have asked the Youth Advisory Board about getting rid of the inline skate park. All right, the third, next thing I wanted to say, I'm really glad that we're keeping that $2 million around for affordable housing. I really, really hope that we use it to buy the property on Hutchinson. All right, now I want to talk about decarbonization. Recently, the council committed to 60% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, as I recall. That's in 6 years. They just told you about how much funding we're going to put towards decarbonization in 6 years. Council also, somewhat recently, approved the internal decarbonization plan. And in that plan, it had suggestions or recommendations for where to put solar in the city. There were 3 places that were top priorities. They were the rec center, the services center, and the wastewater treatment plant. So as I understand, the rec center is still, has a green light, but the services center, we're not planning to put solar, at least not at the moment, and I didn't see anything whatsoever about the wastewater treatment plant. You know, I understand that there are issues, but I would hope that we could find a way to fund those high priority projects. You know, part of the idea is that you put in the solar soon, and then you get cost savings because you're not paying for electricity from Xcel over time. And I don't know if we've taken that into account when we do our projections, but we should be. And you know, I understand that with the solar, you know, in the plan, right, the idea is that we get money from the federal government because there are some really good incentives for solar right now. And there's concern that those might go away. And I know how that feels because I've been waiting for 2 years to replace my furnace with a heat pump, and they haven't gotten the incentives rolled out, and now they might be canceled in the next year. So we'll see what happens. But you know, I'm still keeping that money in reserve so I can pay for the heat pump.
Josh, your time's up.
Okay. And so I think that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Josh.
Thanks very much.
I do have Sue Liu online.
Hi, this is Susan Liu from Ward 2. Excuse me. I just wanted to say, I'm really happy that you're spending the money on pavement. When I was on council, we had to spend millions of dollars to repair pavement on roadways that had been allowed to deteriorate. And having worked for the City of Fort Collins Public Works Department in my youth, I can tell you, once you begin to see damage on city streets, you're already talking big bucks. So maintenance of pavement is just vitally important. If you haven't had an opportunity, a lot of the streets that were involved with the Marshall Fire have really deteriorated. We've got a lot of heavy equipment traveling on it now. It's only getting worse. So thank you for leaving the pavement program in there. And then I really quickly, I recognize it's not a capital project, but obviously it's become part of the conversation. In her short time here, I had an opportunity to talk with the EDI manager a couple of times. And I agree with the council person's statements that you really need to examine that program, understand the mistakes that were made, and really revise that program so that if you do hire someone again in the near future, that they can be successful and happy and fulfilled in their work. Because it is incredibly difficult to be operating in a city where it's basically a white community and people talk about, you know, discrimination and inequality and all this, but you really have no idea. And I can say that because if you don't know, I am BIPOC and I do know, and I have lived through all of that because I'm quite a bit older than the rest of you. So before you leap into that program again, figure out the mistakes you've made and correct them, because you won't be successful otherwise. And the suggestion to wait for a new city manager, that's a good one. Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sue. Other public comments? I don't see any either. Okay, back to council discussion.
Yeah, I'll just say I am pleased with the progress in the capital fund. I think I'm pleased that we found a way to put affordable housing back in, and some of the other changes that have occurred since Finance Committee saw it, and I think it's in pretty tremendous shape.
Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. Just again, a real big thank you to staff for pulling all this together. I know that this was a tremendous amount of work, seeing it through all the stages. It's never easy when you have to not get all of the things that make it easier to do your jobs, from your own pay to additional staff to all of the good services that you want to be in add-ons for the community. So thank you. I have questions about the $2 million that we're putting for housing. I'm pleased to see something toward some sort of like attainable style housing that can benefit the community. I'm curious to see if we have any plans or ideas for that $2 million versus using that $2 million to enhance solar placement on one of the buildings that we could do that with in the upcoming year, to make sure that we are not putting $2 million into what would be a 5 or 6 year potential project, and maybe it's not even enough, versus 2 million into a current project that we can get immediate benefit from?
Sure, I think I can start on that. So the 2 million was put in as a city manager recommendation, knowing that council had a priority for affordable housing. We anticipate in the future potential funding opportunities from 123, from County 1B. We also know that a lot of these funding opportunities are beneficial if you've got matching or a shovel-ready project. So no, right now the 2 million does not have a specific earmark. However, we know that that can support affordable housing initiatives. On the decarb, I'll say it's up to council how you want to spend this money in the end. What staff has presented tonight is an effort that best utilizes the grant funding we have coming in and meeting the scope of that funding. So you might also recall when we applied for that original grant for decarb, we applied for 5 million and we got 2.5. That's a fantastic grant. No one's upset about that, but it isn't the full scope. And so that's part of the reason why we lowered our scope in that decarb, because we had anticipated more grant funding originally. Happy to speak a little bit more if that didn't answer your question, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'm just curious, some of the, I mean, there's an obvious strategy to, kick the can down the road a little bit with some of our capital improvement. We don't have enough money, we'll do it in 26, we'll do it in 27, and, we'll have to deal with that when we get there, because, there are going to be other things we want to do. So the more we push things, but that's just the reality of not having enough money this year, so no problem there. But some of the things we pushed, then some of the things we just removed. I'm curious, for instance, why we didn't say push the solar panels to 2028 and have it still there as like, maybe it's still aspirational. It really is like, maybe we're just going to keep kicking it down the road. But this seems like, and we're never going to talk about it again, which is also not true. But is there a reason why we didn't just set a later date on what seems to be a council priority versus removing it entirely?
That's a fair question. I might actually see if finance knows. Did we keep that in the out years for decarbonization? We did not. I mean, that's something we can consider doing and keeping it in the out years there. One of the things we did as we went through this was really work with each department and the experts, and specifically for decarb, it was a cross-departmental group to see what their recommendations were. And they're thinking about the out years too and what those priorities are. Something that we're trying to balance this year is maintenance over time. So certainly if council wants to see those solar panels put back into the out years and they want to keep considering that, that's something that we can do. We're also trying to balance that with every time we delay doing buildings or fleet, we add to some of that backlog maintenance, and we're trying not to get to a point of no return on some of those things. So happy to have more conversation there.
Councilmember Fahey.
I'm going to add on with the affordable housing question. Are we still partnering with Boulder County on the purchase and maintenance of our affordable housing? When we gave them all of our housing, I thought that there was an agreement that we were going to continue partnering with them on future projects.
So we do have an IGA with Boulder County, and they are our affordable housing provider. And we do have regular conversations with them about potential projects moving forward. We don't have anything specifically that we can talk about, but we are, with the new tax funding through the county, there's more opportunities we expect in the coming years. There's new state money that's just been around for a year, so I think our partnership with the Housing Authority is an ongoing partnership. We just haven't had a shovel-ready, on-the-ground project in a few years.
Mayor Pro Tem.
As far as the 1B money, my understanding is that we potentially could be getting a sort of reliable, say $800,000 to $1 million a year from the 1B funding. I don't know quite where we are on that. But where does that hit? Like, where does that potential money drop in? Does that drop into the general fund? Does that drop into the capital? Like, where would that 800K land if it were to come, when it comes? I'll just say $1 million, so it's an easy number, but the 1B money, where would that go?
Yeah, that's a fair question. I don't think that the county has finished making their decisions on what that looks like. And so certainly if they do an allocation where every city gets it, they might have some parameters on how it's used, which could lean it more towards capital or something else. I know one of the things they've been talking about in their discussions is making sure they have some flexibility, because a housing project isn't just building housing. It's sometimes supportive services to get that project up and running. So that's absolutely a fair question, and unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you yet.
Okay, so I'd like us to potentially consider if that's, like grant funding, generally speaking, this is not a grant, but sometimes, we use grant funding to then fund the thing we want to do, and it's not really a budget expense. It's kind of awkward, right? But if we're getting, let's say, $1 million a year in 1B money, would that make sense to use a portion of that on like an affordable housing expert that is funded by that money? And obviously it wouldn't be the $1 million, it'd be a small portion of that $1 million, but that money is reliable each year, recurring revenue each year that could be spent on a human who helps us implement affordable housing in our community and retaining affordable housing and all that, which is obviously a piece of EDI. It's a piece of inclusivity as we know. So it could be a way in which we fund that.
Good topic for when we meet with the county commissioners for dinner at some point soon. Because I think there's a need to move that forward. 1B was, we need to move that forward. Time is passing, and those funds are really needed. I want to speak just a second to the money for affordable housing. This is an old and current priority for me. I've been involved in trying to get affordable housing in Louisville for years. And we have commitments to the other communities in our county to be doing what we need to do. And I'm glad the money is back in. And I think it's timely that we have that. I think, one of the things I get to do is to hear or get together with other mayors around the area. Everybody is doing work on this. It's past time. And I am frustrated. I'm frustrated with Prop 123 or 123, but part of the frustration there is that they're giving money at the state level to projects that are sort of underway where there's a chance of success. And we can't just wait for that money to come in, because I can almost guarantee you it's not going to happen. We have to do something to create the conditions for getting other people's money. OPM is important in all of this, and attracting interest in, and it's not necessarily a popular cause. There are a lot of different housing needs, but this is an essential one, and we need to do our part. And I think that we sometimes underestimate the pressure that the state legislature is likely to impose on communities like ours, because we are not where other communities are on this. I got to tell you, we're just not. And that, when I think about EDI, that is a really important piece of it. It may be the most important piece for us next year. And it is one of the things that was on the task force. It is a critical thing, but we've got to do something about that. I'm mostly applauding keeping that in there, and I don't hear anybody disagreeing with that. But I do want to make sure that, folks on council are kind of aware that it's essential that we do that. I think it's an essential thing from an intergovernmental standpoint. Other communities in Boulder County with whom we've made these commitments need to know that we're there executing. I mean, there's a lot of these things that we're trying to achieve over time, and it doesn't get any easier every year. I mean, just a little bit ago, Josh mentioned we're on a schedule for reaching our GHG reduction, and all these things. We got to get a start on it because none of the money's not dropping from the sky. So enough of that. But I think it's really important. Yeah. Other comments, questions, thoughts? Come back to what do you need? What more do you need from us tonight?
Yeah, so our next slide actually was just going to be a wrap-up slide. So if council will indulge me, I'm happy to share what I think I've heard, and I encourage our finance team to please step in if you need anything else. On general fund, we did hear general support for our current approach. We heard appreciation for the conservative approach and to look at fees in 2025. We also heard to think about what the revenue looks like as we get into 25 and have that opportunity to come back for an amendment should things be more rosy than we think they are. There is ongoing conversation about the EDI position, and that's something that we need to follow up on. And then we also heard that we wanted to make sure to check that the sustainability 200K for the plan is in the 2026 budget. So we'll confirm all of those things. For parks, we heard general support for the approach, and for capital, we heard a request to add solar to the out years, and for more understanding about the potential for 1B funding, which is information we don't yet have, and how some of these things could interact. If council is amenable, next steps may be to come to the Finance Committee, where we can follow up on some of these things on the 19th, and then come to the presentation on 10/1, where we present the city manager's budget. We do have placeholders on study sessions between now and then, if council would prefer to have a full council discussion.
Okay. Any thoughts on council about that? I think it's good to try to bring this through Finance Committee. Getting a recommendation and it was very helpful this time. The work that was done, I think, was very useful. And so that would be my suggestion. I think you're right that there are some things that are, I don't know, they're called tentative, but they're things that are still roiling, appropriately so. And trying to figure out where we're going on them is really going to be important. And I think we heard a lot about EDI tonight from public, from us. There probably, there may be a few other things as well. What I'm a little concerned about, and I guess I'd ask Councilmember Hefner to, speak to this, is, are we going to close the gap based on what you heard tonight? Or are we going the wrong way?
I'm confident we'll close the gap, and if not, we'll come to you for $6,000.
Fair enough. Okay. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to public. These conversations aren't at an end, and I think we're wrestling with some very challenging trade-offs. I was in a meeting with on a related subject where a member of our community said, one of the things that's most interesting to me is the fundamental conflicts among all the priorities that people in Louisville have. It's just like he's eating his popcorn, trying to see how it comes out. And there's an element of that. These are hard choices, and they can be really emotional. And we've got to, I appreciate the civility on council and the people that have been calling in and writing. I think it's going to help us make good decisions come, budget vote time. So thank you. All right. I think we can move on to the city attorney's report.
Mr. Mayor, Actually, I need you to set the public hearing.
That's right. Is there a motion to set the public hearing for the, I'll make the motion. I would move to set the public hearing for the budget on October 15th, 2024. Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good. Thank you. Now it's time to hear whether we have a city attorney's
Thank you. I
report.
have no report.
Okay. You have any council comments, committee reports, and identification of future agenda items? No, not for the moment. Then, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, folks.